distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I understand that we have the deans of this Polytechnic here. Please can we appreciate them that are here. I recognize all the heads of departments of this Polytechnic. Please can we appreciate them. And the staff of this Polytechnic that are contributing to making this place one of the most sought after Polytechnic in Nigeria. They are here to please let us appreciate them. Our students are doing very well and some of them are here. We appreciate your presence here. All conference attendees, the media, that is the members of the food estate of the REM, we appreciate your presence here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is at this point permit me to pause and ask that we still have space up here so that we can have the place beautified. Of course, we have the cameras that are going to capture the scene. We want to have very wonderful pictures, so please do well to come forward. And especially we would like to have all the ladies in front. Thank you very much. The front seats are here. Having recognized all of us that are here in this gathering, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to listen to the chairman's opening remark. Of course, we understand that the chairman on this great occasion, Dr. Patrick Omo, the member representing Ikore Benesio in the Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, is ably represented here by Dr. Ofonbo Akwa of the Department of Public Administration, Akwa State University. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the chairman's opening remark. Please can we appreciate this man by someone to represent.
Thank you very much. I have a very long list of protocols to go through, but I do not have a pen and paper like the MC. With due recognition of the head of this institution, Dr. Umobo, Director of Akwa State Polytechnic, and members of the management team of the Polytechnic, I defer to the presence of the National Chairman of ASUP. I recognize the chairman of this branch and every member of the head table. I won't forget my own vice chancellor, who is every represented here by my boss, Dr. Ibom. I know that we are here for an academic conference, but I've seen that this conference is organized by a labor union, and that labor union is ASUP. But I'm surprised that in all this, even the labor anthem has not been sung. Can we stand up and sing the labor anthem? When the union's inspiration through the world that Lord shall run, heaven of you, power great and heavy, where within the sky, their workforce on earth is weaker than the people's strength of one, and the union makes us strong. Solidarity, solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. One more time. Solidarity forever. academic before he's a member of the union. And I was impressed when I actually got to know the theme of this conference when I arrived here, which has to do with redefining the mandate of Polytechnic education for a better Nigeria. Let me put it that way. I bring you greetings from the member representing Ikode Esero Oborokara, Federal Constituency, Honorable Patrick Omo. He would have loved to be here by himself, but for some pressing national assignments. So he called me this morning with the realized that he couldn't make it to quickly come here and represent him. Honorable Patrick Omo himself is an academic, an ASUP scholar. He just resigned from the University of New York to go into politics. He is from the law department. Incidentally, he has passion for academics, and he understands what conferences are meant for. We in academics will gather in a conference like this so that we will ventilate ideas, we will share our research results, and discuss some of those outcomes so that we can add to the betterment of the society. Every part of the countries of the world relies on researches from the academic environment. But we don't understand why Nigeria is different. It makes me recall an incident when I was young. I had the privilege in my secondary school of being taught by some Indians. And some Indians and Ghanaians. What I understood as I grew up, I didn't know them. As I grew up, I discovered that these people were here on account of the economic crisis of their countries. They needed to migrate to Nigeria that was a better clime. But unfortunately today, some more than 30 years or so, India is rated as one of the first countries of the world in terms of economic development, whereas Nigeria has been relegated to a distance in the 30s or thereabouts. The question is, why? If you ask me, I attribute this a lot to the failure in leadership in Nigeria. But we cannot stop pointing at fingers also. I happen to be an academic, and I represent part of them. That probably there is something wrong with what we are not doing well with regard to our researches and academic outputs that can feed the government on how to drive the best policies. Although governments in Nigeria successively over time have been known to neglect education, so that even when we are privileged to have people who become ministers of education and they came from the academic environment, we don't know what happens to them when they get there. Because to me, when they get there, they become poor politicians and forget about what happens to the academic. This is part of the degradation of the Nigerian system. Because the system that should feed the entire polity on ideas, on innovations, has been neglected, being education. So what are we going to do because we are scholars? We have a responsibility. One of the advantages of Polytechnic education is in the fact that I am not in the Polytechnic, but as a scholar I know this. Is in the fact that everywhere in the society, the world over, looks up to the Polytechnic for the training of that manpower that is known to be enabled in practical and technical skills. So we need to find a way to address whatever is lacking in this sector in this conference. My job here is not very big. It's for me to declare the conference open on behalf of the member representing the Federal House of Reps. One of my problems concerning conferences is that because of government here neglect too of the system of education, I begin to see scholars yielding to this to the extent that when conferences are announced, sometimes we don't bother to take time in what we do. We just sit down in 1 hour, 30 minutes, we have formulated an abstract and we send it. That would be some of the reasons criteria for appraisal in attending conferences to looking inwardly into our first role as scholars, which has to do with research. So, in this conference, I have seen that the organizers have gone to the length of being strategic enough to invite even members of the various levels of legislation. I have seen that among the names of the dignitaries here, a member representing the Pini, the Akwa State House of Assembly, and I'm representing the member for Equal Federal Constituency. Meaning that whatever is going to be the outcome of this conference, you can adequately synergize with these people if the outcome is the backing of the law. If it is a federal law, I can assure you that Honorable Patrick Omo is very keen on what happens to the educational sector. And he will be very, very much interested in inputs from this conference as part of what is going to constitute his proposals in the National Assembly. Incidentally, a man that has been invited from Akwa State House of Assembly here, Prince Apabio, had an opportunity of visiting Akwa State University recently. And he noticed that in that university, the students don't have hostels. In a week or so after, he was able to raise a motion in the House of Assembly to address this gap. And we believe that in a short while, hopefully the state government will do something about it. So you have these veritable platforms and channels that you can utilize. If what is going to come out from this conference as one of the communique and resolutions is going to need the backing of the law. It's to that extent, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to rest on the message I had from Honorable Patrick Omo, that in support of what the organizers have done and the entire members of ASUP in Akwa State Polytechnic, he is going to contribute a total of 100,000 naira to what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the Department of Public Administration, Akwa State University, Dr. did us a good job by representing the member representing in the House of Representatives. Please, can we appreciate that wonderful representation? We are gradually graduating into the peak of this convergence, talking about the 10th International Conference of ASUP Akwa State Polytechnic in Korosula. At this point, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we understand that there is a veteran who is not tired in our midst, and we would not do justice if we forget to recognize and appreciate the good jobs of this man in our midst. I'm talking of no other than the former chairman of ASUP Akwa State Polytechnic, Ikorosua, in the person of Comrade Ibom. Please can we sincerely appreciate the greatness of Comrade Ibom. Ladies and gentlemen, Comrade, please come forward. We have space here for you. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate it even as he walks up here. Thank you. And so we are privileged to have a man who is overseeing the second best polytechnic in the whole of Nigeria. We are very happy that so many good things are happening in his time. And at this point, it is pertinent that we call on the man whom the country, our dear rector of this great Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Numawa, the chief host of this conference, is come forward and declare this conference open. Thank you.
The Deputy Rector and other management staff there present, the National President of ASUP, we recognize you, sir. My brother, my learned friend, the immediate past rector of Captain Amadi Elementary Polytechnic, River State, and immediate past chairman of the Conference of Heads of Polytechnics and Monotechnics in Nigeria, here in present. So we are very happy to have him in our midst. Let me specifically recognize the zonal coordinator of ASUP that is here with us, and the representatives of the permanent secretaries that are here with us, the chairman of this occasion, my deans and heads of department, my very distinguished colleagues, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. That's a welcome remarks by the Director, Dr. Moses Sumomo, at the 3rd International Conference of Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics, AKWAPOLY chapter, with the theme, Redefining the Mandate of Polytechnic Education for Economic Diversification and Sustainability. It is an honor to stand before you today as Director of this esteemed institution at the 3rd International Conference of the Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics. I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants, distinguished guests, fellow academics who have come together to discuss the theme of this conference, Redefining the Mandate of Polytechnic Education for Economic Diversification and Sustainability. In this era of rapid globalization and technological advancement, it is imperative for us to critically evaluate the role of polytechnic education in shaping our economies and ensuring sustainable growth. Polytechnics have played a significant role in producing skilled graduates who contribute to the development of various sectors such as engineering, technology, agriculture, and entrepreneurship. Today, as we gather here to deliberate on redefining the mandate of polytechnic education, it is crucial to recognize the evolving needs of our societies. We must adapt our curricula, teaching methods, and research priorities to align with the demands of the rapidly changing world. The fourth industrial revolution has brought about unprecedented opportunities and challenges, and it is the responsibility of polytechnics to equip our students with the necessary skills to to thrive in this dynamic environment. In Akwa State Polytechnic, we are grateful to the government of Akwa State came to our aid. We established the Skill Acquisition Center, and we did, in fact, send some of our staff for training. And now we have 2 of them conference certificated. Now we'll be able to train all others. And we will soon open the Skill Center. Economic diversification is a key aspect of sustainable growth. Polytechnic should not only focus on traditional industries, but also foster innovation and entrepreneurship. Our graduates should be equipped with the ability to identify and capitalize on emerging economic sectors such as renewable energy, digital technology, and sustainable agriculture. By doing this, we can contribute to reducing the dependency on a single industry and ensure a more resilient and diversified economy. Furthermore, sustainability should be embedded in every aspect of polytechnic education. We must prioritize research and development in areas such as green technology, climate change mitigation, and resource management. By promoting sustainable practices within our institutions and encouraging our students to be conscious of the environmental impact of their work, we can contribute to the global effort of achieving a more sustainable future. As we engage in fruitful discussions and exchange of ideas over the course of this conference, let us remember that the outcomes of our deliberations should not remain confined within this world. It is our duty to take the insights gained from this conference and implement them in our respective institutions, thereby effecting positive change in the wider society. I have no doubt that this conference will serve as a platform for fruitful discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. I wish you all a successful and productive conference, and I hope that the outcomes of our collective efforts will contribute to the redefinition of the mandate of polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability. It is on this note that on behalf of the management, staff and students of Akwa State Polytechnic, that I seize this honor and privilege to declare this conference open in the name of God the Father, Amen. God the Son, Amen. And God the Holy Spirit. Thank you, and God bless.
I wasn't good enough for the rector of this polytechnic. That's just the 10th international conference on ASUP. Thank you very much, our generous rector, for that onerous task done. We sincerely appreciate. We are gradually moving, and it is time to hear from the chairman's mouth. I'm talking of a man who came with different mandates, but part of it is to build ASUP, Akwa State Polytechnic. is not only building structures, it's building people through workshops and capacity building workshops, it's building people through football competitions, it's building ASUP in various capacities. And I want to tell you that when we call him Builder Comrade, we are not making any mistake. Please, can we appreciate this man, even as he walks up to give us a welcome address. I'm talking of no other than Honorable Comrade Eteye Ugo, Chairman ASUP.
Thank you. The Rector, Akwa State Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Mobo, the Deputy Rector, Dr. Lion Program, all other management staff, the National President of ASUP, Comrade Anders Ndezebe, the lead paper presenter one, Dr. Barrister Samuel Calabo from Captain H.E. Madi Polytechnic University, the representatives of the President of the Ministry of Education and that of the Ministry of Labour and Manpower, deans of schools, my zonal coordinators of the Comrade Precious Mwakudu, the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Ofam representing Dr. Patrick Umar, member representing Ikore Federal Constituency, the representative of the Vice Chancellor of the University, Akwa State University, Ikore, my fellow comrades and members of the Academic Staff Union of the Polytechnic, Akwa State Polytechnic chapter, and other chapters who are here, and other members of the academia, members of the press, a special recognition to the chapter executive committee members of ASUP Akwa State Polytechnic chapter, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to have these addresses on the platform, ASUP platform now, and the hard copy is here to be distributed to members of the House. Sorry about that. I am delighted to have the cream of guests, especially from outside this Polytechnic, grace this occasion. I am happy that you have made it to this event safely. While thanking God for His benevolence, let me welcome you to the Rafia City, the oldest local government area in Nigeria, and Akwa State Polytechnic, the second best polytechnic in Nigeria, as published by Cybernetic Lab, a research group of the Spanish National Research Council. I commend the efforts of the Polytechnic management led by Dr. Moses Mobo, our able rector, who during his tenure has ensured that AKWAPOLY has been front from 99th position to the second position. Your sense of leadership has equally resulted in what we have today in ASUP, AKWAPOLY chapter. I appreciate the efforts of the chapter executive committee of ASUP and every academic staff for the tremendous support so far enjoyed by this administration. The successes of this chapter are anchored on hard work, commitment, focus, and trust. We could not have succeeded if you did not trust us with everything available at your disposal, including your time. Today's event are yet another demonstration of our avowed commitment to enhancing and strengthening the growth and development of our union. This secretariat complex, inaugurated today, is an evidence of our unquantifiable gratitude to all those who in their various ways assisted the growth of this chapter. Mention must be made of the rector, Dr. Moses Smobong, the deputy rector, Dr. Dione Lugoka, the Polytechnic librarian, Dr. Mrs. Mercy Kwana, the Polytechnic bossa, Mr. Edon, the acting registrar, Mr. Gospel Doffer, the Accountant General, Minister of Finance, Pastor Owen Anthony, Pastor Enidan, Architect Owen ASUP members AKWAPOLY for making tremendous, insightful, thoughtful, and meaningful contributions towards the completion of this edifice, which foundation was laid by Comrade Ibom. Dear comrades, let me salute the effort of the National President of ASUP, Comrade Anderson Ezebe, for initiating an advocacy roundtable on the future of Nigerian Polytechnic education system to discuss Polytechnic education in Nigeria and its relevance to national development. In line with this chapter today is having an enduring instrument for the expression of qualitative academic views, opinions, discoveries, and debates on redefining the mandate of Polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability. This conference is an integral component of scholarship which seeks to reawaken the consciousness of Nigeria and Nigerians at all levels, to appreciate and accept Polytechnic graduates as major contributors to economic reawakening in the country. Being the 10th International Conference, I believe it will be very rich in content, and I urge every participant to take active part in all deliberations. Before I end my address, permit me to thank the Publication Committee for a job well done. Today, ASUP AKWAPOLY is proud to present to the academic world a journal, ASUP AKWAPOLY Journal of Topical Issues. It is an avenue for broadening and inherent gain, especially from the last conference. The journal is a reputable policy development contribution from ASUP AKWAPOLY to the academic world. I therefore congratulate our contributors and fervently urge all academic staff to take advantage of this medium to publish or perish. Lastly, I say thank you to the conference organizing committee led by the Polytechnic librarian, Dr. Mrs. Mercy Kwana, and our team for doing this best for this exercise to succeed. I appreciate the chapter secretariat and every member of the chapter executive committee of ASUP. To all unionists and participants, God bless your efforts, and to all our guests, we shall always remember this show of the Lord. Thank you, and God bless us.
Thank you, Chairman ASUP Akwa State Polytechnic, for that well-written and well-read address that I'm sure we all listen to and appreciate. Can we please do more than we did for the Chairman of ASUP Akwa State Polytechnic also? The Chairman on this occasion and other members of the table, very distinguished personalities here present, even as we prepare our minds for the keynote presentation, it is time for us to take some goodwill messages, and we want to take the first. From the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning, Uyo, in the person of Elder Mandefia, who is ably represented here on this occasion by Effiong Nicholas, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Manpower Planning. Please can we appreciate this gentleman who has walked up to give us his goodwill message.
We conference with the person of Moses Morgan, PhD, the national president of ASUP, comrades, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Commissioner for Labour Manpower Planning is in Lagos the treaty, and he has asked me to represent him here. So he has sent apologies. I do hope that to apologize. Perhaps I was expected to ask me to deliver. Mr. Chairman, permit me to go straight to the presentation of the goodwill message of the operation. I'm pleased to be invited as special guest to the conference of ASUP, an affiliate union to the National Congress. The theme, redefining the mandate of Polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability, is very apt given the time we're facing now. Academic staff of Polytechnics, whose membership covers all academic staff in Nigeria, is known to protect and promote interests of its members. The union is highly committed for interfacing with other unions in the education sectors, particularly in the digital sector. I acknowledge the unflinching support, cooperation and dialogue in resolving labor issues in the state, and encourage you to maintain this cordial relationship so that government would continue to deliver on her growth policies to workers. I commend the leadership of the union for the focus and impeccable services to members, the coverage support to the government, and other accomplishments within the past years, especially the inauguration of ASUP Secretariat today. This is highly applauded. The Ministry of Labour and Manpower Planning encourages you to continue to strive for excellence and wishes you a peaceful and successful celebration. Congratulations, and this is from Honorable Commissioner and Ibom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Labour and Manpower Planning, please can we appreciate that representation by the State the Permanent Secretary of that Ministry. We want to quickly take another video message from the University, Akwa State University, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nse, who is represented here by an Associate Professor, Imeje Nko. Thank you very much. Please let us appreciate Mr. Imeje Nko.
Thank you very much. My name is repeated, but please call Ime Akwa. Thank you very much. I'd like to appreciate and recognize the pivot of this Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Morgan, the president of ASUP, the other invited members and members of other unions, the chairman of ASUP, Ibom State Polytechnic. I want to recognize the executives also because the unity has brought this meeting today. It's a dual meeting of unveiling your board, also academic conference. I want to thank the students, all the invitees, and the press, and all other people. You are all welcome. I come here to represent my Vice Chancellor, Professor Sen, who has a strong penchant for academics. It is the anchor of international conference that we have just finished in private university, whereby University of Manchester, Metropolitan University Manchester, and private state university had a simultaneous and hybrid conference, one that has never existed in this side of this world. And in recognition and invitation to attend a conference at the Akwa Polytechnic, which the topic has actually hidden us below the belt. Redefining the mandate of polytechnic education for economic diversity and sustainability. This topic is what we should have on. Education has come to the point that we have to diversify our needs. It's not only coming, read and go away. What do you use it, even in the village? You tell yourself without employment. I think that is what the topic should address. I came here as an academic staff, as a vice chancellor, said, and also the immediate past chairman of ASUP in a private university. This is a conference that has to do with education in a union balance. We are very grateful. My vice chancellor says he will commiserate, he will also join hands with you in any capacity because he loves education. And in fact, he is harbinger of educational transformation in the private state and the father of peace right now in the state. There's no rancor. And I thank the Bible State Polytechnic for ingratiating so much with the rector, thereby bringing progress and peace in AKWAPOLY. I just, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, encourage this agreement and this robust wrapping with the management. My Vice Chancellor said she tell the Bible State that this conference should not end there. Should be able to inculcate this company, this conference, produce papers, conference papers, many other things, and carry this forward, and also look for international cooperation as well. We thank private sector leadership, and my vice chancellor is grateful, and that he is sending 100,000 at least to grace this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a former ASUP chairman, Akwa State University, representing the Vice Chancellor of that university. Thank you very much for your representation. We have one or two and we'll be out of goodwill messages. And so let's have a big one from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, from Lady Rose Bassi, our own very dear Lady Rose Bassi, who is heavily represented here by Mrs. Aniette Udoekwere, the Zonal Director, Ministry of Education, So please can we applaud this woman given us she comes up to represent the Permanent Secretary. Thank you.
Today joint research projects, and curriculum development based on industry demands. This can ensure that graduates are job ready for skills that are in demand, not only white-collar jobs. I congratulate Academic Staff Union of Polytechnic, ASUP, AKWAPOLY, on the careful choice of theme for the 10th National Conference. Redefining the mandate of Polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability, I just propose this theme with the economic blueprints of the present administration, and I see the synergy for realization of aspirations. Let's therefore make this conference very timely. So review and equip you with the necessary skills for a competitive approach to deliver on the mandate. As the ministry in charge of education, we therefore see this conference as an attempt for helping put the building blocks for the realization of the educational blueprint of the RI's agenda. I congratulate you for this bold step and thank everyone for participation. Finally, it is hopeful that the ASUP Conference 2023 shall avail us of more inputs on the practicable roles of ASUP that will take the bold aspiration of the government on educational development in Akwa, Ibom State. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless Akwa Ibom State. God bless ASUP AKWAPOLY. God bless Conference 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was from the Ministry of Education, very particularly from the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, in the person of Lady Rose, ably represented by Mrs. Anieti Ubeluberi. It is time for us to have the very last of the goodwill messages, but this one seems to be very dear to me as it is coming from our very own, one of us from this chapter of ASUP. I'm talking of no other but a former chairman of ASUP, Akwa State Polytechnic, a former vice chairman, acting secretary, Nigerian Labour Congress, Akwa State, the longest serving ASUP chairman of this Polytechnic, the father of harmonization. Please appreciate, even as he comes up to give us a few words, talking about Comrade Ibarra. Thank you very much. Great ASUP. Great ASUP. Great.
Something just occurred to me, and I must draw the attention of the chairman of ASUP, and I know this is what the union stands for. The union always does. When the template for the Ministry of Education was designed, education was not on the concurrent list, and especially tertiary education was not within the province of state governments. And therefore, the design of the Ministry of Education did not envisage the emergence or the supervision of tertiary education within the provinces. And it has become imperative for the Ministry of Higher Education to be established to cater for the needs of tertiary education at the level of the states in Nigeria. This is because if you look at the organogram of the Ministry of Education, you will realize, as it is presently arranged, you will realize that it was not designed to cater for tertiary education. Some states in the country have already taken that initiative to create directorates or ministries to supervise higher education. Mr. Chairman of ASUP, please, I wish the chairman or immediate past chairman of ASUP State University is here also to please take note and bring up those proposals for implementation. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, on the occasion, my dear rector and boss, my dear national president, but most especially my brother in the struggle and friend, Comrade Anderson Ezibe, I have to recognize you, not particularly in honor of protocol, but because I'm
having been singularly implicated in my struggles in the then ASUP, which we fought from the trenches. To God be the glory that today, looking back at 2009, when you came all the way with troops to rescue me from the shackles of thank you, Mr. President. Today the dream has come true. I want to recognize most especially the immediate past chairman of co-heads. Uneasy lies the head and waves the crowd, except you've been there, you may not know what it means. So sir, you are especially recognized. I have seen a whole lot of dignitaries on the high table. Please, you're loved. While I was sitting up here, I listened and I also heard the donations that have come from the invitees. And I must really appreciate their commitment towards this cause. But it also crossed my mind that Big Brother Nigeria recently ended whatever it was doing, and somebody went to 120 million naira. And actually demonstrates the place we have for education in our country. And it is not difficult to understand why it is so. And it's not difficult to understand why we are in a loop, why we are in a convoluted policy scenario whereby we keep on talking, we keep on planning, we keep on, second guessing ourselves. And at the end of the day, the education sector in Nigeria is worried. What we inherited from the colonialists, it was okay. But along the line, I think it is time for us to critically think about the needs of our society so that we can fashion an education policy that caters to the needs of our society, not an education structure and policy and arrangement that was designed to cater for Britain. Because the challenges of Britain are very different from the challenges of Africa and Nigeria. So when we inherited an education system that was designed to cater for the challenges of the British Empire, it wasn't designed to cater for our peculiar challenges. So we have to Africanize our education system. And we are fortunate that at the very moment of this conference, we have a wave of renaissance that is passing through the western part of Africa, the sub-Saharan part of Africa. We have the uprising against imperialism, which has been demonstrated by the scenario in Niger and the other republics. If truly there must be a renaissance for Africa, it must start from the remodeling of the education system. When we come here and we present papers, most of the time the primary consideration is so that we could have a reward for making those presentations. And I heard when Dr. Takwa, my friend, said that some of us use 30 minutes to 1 hour to craft an abstract, and we have a paper and we present, and it is counted for our promotions. And that was not how it works. The fruits of research and intellectual exercise was not something that was offered for cowries, for gold, or for any kind of reward. It was freely offered as the outcome of the engagement of the human faculties which have been endowed in us by God for the progress of humanity. The moment we began to monetize the process, we got it all wrong. So today, I was called upon to give a goodwill message, but I could not help also speaking from my heart. Because like I learned long ago, we have to get to that point that we do things from our hearts for us to get it right. Today, I want to commend a very insightful and very capable executive committee of ASUP Polytechnic chapter for being able to do what I could not do. I feel happy being here today, but I do not feel proud in any way. I feel humbled that some of the thoughts and ideas I shared with my colleagues right from 2003, when I became the PRO of ASUP, and then I rose to become the secretary, and then I rose to the chairmanship in 2009. Some of those dreams, most of those dreams have come true today. And I'm a very, very happy person. And I want to say a big thank you to the executive committee of ASUP, a big thank you to the management of Akwa Polytechnic that has deemed it fit to cooperate with the unions, rather than what they had in the past. rector and boards, all members of ASUP, you have my goodwill and you have my love. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You did do well. Please keep clapping for Comrade Ibom. Thank you very much. We would have missed that if you were not here to give us that goodwill message. And you agree with me that one day we are hoping that Comrade Ibom will organize his own conference and call all of us so that we can participate and brainstorm on his ideas and take it forward to build a better society. Please let us do well again. Ladies and gentlemen, into the very meat of why we are converging here today on this 3rd International Conference of ASUP, Akwa State Polytechnic. We are going to take the keynote presentation by Comrade Anderson Ezeibe, the National President, ASUP. But before he puts us to the task of listening to him, permit me to call on Comrade Nsemeke Ekane to please come forward and take the citation of this great man of ASUP. Let us appreciate them all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Osirman. Standing on the existing protocol, I am here to take the citation of this blue-blooded fellow. You understand why I'm saying he's a blue-blooded fellow. A brief profile of Comrade Anderson Emezurike Ezeibe. Born to the royal family of Ezeibe of Umuaku, Isuochi, Umunuochi local government area of Abia State. Pardon me if I murdered the name. He had his education at Ikenebule Art Primary School, Owerri, Government Secondary School, Owerri, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, where he obtained degrees in industrial chemistry and analytical chemistry. He is employed as a lecturer stroke researcher at the Department of Chemistry, Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, where he has progressively risen through the ranks to the position of a chief lecturer. I expected you to clap for him for that. He has held the following positions among others in the Polytechnic system. 1. Head, Chemistry Department 2018 to 2020. Deputy Director, Academic Planning and Quality Assurance Directorate 2010 to 2018. He has, to his credit, published research articles and conference papers presented at both international and local intellectual meetings. He also belongs to the following professional bodies. 1. Chemical Society of Nigeria. He is a fellow in that society. Institute of Chartered Chemists of Nigeria, the Canadian Society of Chemistry, Nigerian Institute of Science Laboratory Technologists, Occupational Safety and Health Association UK. He is also a fellow of that body. He has been involved in services both at the national and international level. He was a member of the Presidential Committee on Needs Assessment of Public Polytechnics 2014, member Standing Committee on Research and Development TEDFON 2021 till date, member Project Monitoring Committee TEDFON 2022 till date, member Presidential Implementation Monitoring Committee on Need Assessment of Public Polytechnics 2022 till date, National President Academic Staff Union of Polytechnics 2019 till date. A round of applause for him, please. He is a recipient of several awards of excellence through recognition for services from faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, as well as civil society groups. He has received 2 service awards from the Federal Polytechnic, Nekede. He is happily married to Dr. Ezenwane Ezeibe, an avid football lover, a football follower, and strong believer in family values. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to present to you this gentleman of valor, this strong comrade, this Aluta warrior, help me welcome the National President of ASUP, Comrade Anderson Ezeiwe.
Chairman of this occasion, members of Akwa State Executive Council here present. I know that there is a commissioner here, commissioner for level, there is also a permanent secretary here that is both of them are represented. The rector of this rapidly transforming Polytechnic, Akwa State Polytechnic. The Vice Chancellor of Akwa State University, heavily represented by a comrade, former chairman of ASUP in that institution, the former rector of Captain Polytechnic, Rumola Potagot, our own Dr. Kalabo, and the former chairman of COHETS in Nigeria, deputy rector of this institution, and other members of management, principal officers, the librarian, OSA, deans, directors, chairman of ASUP, and other members of the Chapter Executive Council here present, the former chairman of ASUP, my brother, Comrade Ibarra, congressmen and women of our great union and members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by appreciating Almighty God for this day already. A lot has been spoken, and I said a bit outside when we were trying to cut the tape to this service that is providing us with shelter at this event. And I'm asked to present the keynote to energize this intellectual meeting by providing the keynotes presentation for this called International Conference of ASUP in Akwa State Polytechnic. I have titled this presentation Align the Mandate of Polytechnic Education to the Economic Diversification and Sustainability Project of Nigeria. Probably as we go on, we will find out the reason why I decided to provide face of the identity crisis facing the Polytechnic subsector in Nigeria. Identity crisis, just take note of that. As well as Nigeria's documented economic woes after 63 years of sovereignty. It is therefore left to be seen if this conference will establish a relationship between the current state of polytechnic education and the many economic woes of the nation. Why I say we should take note of this is because we all understand, we all agree that where we are today as a sector, that the Nigerian polytechnic system should be doing a lot better. And also that where we are today as a nation after 63 years of sovereignty, that this nation should be a lot better than it is. Therefore, is it just a mere coincidence that the Nigerian polytechnic system is on the floor and the Nigerian nation is probably looking for direction on the news? This conference is supposed to speak to this. Let us find out whether there is a direct relationship between the state of polytechnic education in Nigeria or the Nigerian polytechnic system and the survival of this nation going forward. And permit me also to say at this introductory level that I had expected, and that is one portion, one part of leadership that is still missing in this country. Probably we've not been able to learn enough. That intellectual gatherings of this nature should have representatives of political leadership, the clean gathering of political leadership, people in strategic positions in government being part of the conference. Because it is in this kind of gathering that we harvest ideas that will enable you to understand what the challenges are and then solutions that are offered. I bet you if this conference is taking place in Manchester, just like the ASUP, former ASUP chairman mentioned, we will have government functionaries in Akwa going attending that conference. But if it is happening in Nigeria, particularly in Akwa State, it's not going to happen. And that is why that is always the missing link. Everybody is talking about the triple headed structure, where there should be a meeting point between the intellectual community represented by high institutions of learning and research institutes, the government, and the industry. It is missing. It is missing because the enabling environment is not there. I don't know what it will cost the government in power to have this item or this place populated with persons in strategic positions to come and listen to what the intellectual community has to say about the problems of development, particularly as it affects our development. Not just in our Bible states, but in Nigeria. But if it's one United Nations gathering where they are going to talk about climate change, not that those ones are not important. We'll have delegations in their hundreds going to raise such questions. And that is why that gap continues to be there. In our high institutions of learning and what the challenges of society are in Nigeria. That is part of the tragedies of our society. For me, I believe that there is a direct relationship between a virile and functional polytechnic education system and a prosperous Nigeria. And such can only manifest if the mandate of the sector is deliberately tailored to meet the nation's economic needs. And this conference, I believe, shall validate this belief. It is in this light that the keynote to this conference is as titled. Because already there is a mandate. We are going to look at what that mandate is. But that mandate, when did it come up? Where were we as at that time? Society transforms. Where are we currently as a society? Is that mandate still relevant? Do we need to realign that particular mandate to suit our current challenges and needs as a society? These are part of my expectations from this particular conference. On Nigeria's economic profile and outlook, there is very little to say about this. Very little to say about this. Of course, when we look at figures from key figures are demoralizing enough, and yet we see these figures as mere moderation of the actual situation. Just the mere moderation of the actual situation. GDP, gross domestic product, is one of these globally acclaimed of such indices. It is a standard measure of the value added and created through production of goods and services in the country within a specified period of time. It is a reflection of the monetary value of all finished goods and services made within a country in a specific period of time. And of course, we know the primary drivers of GDP: consumption, investments, government spending and exports, and consumption, which is a measure of all spending by households on goods and services, is the largest component. It therefore goes without saying that countries with high population figures, particularly working age population, are expected to have high GDPs, as there will be more demand for goods and services leading to more production. Nigeria has a current approximate population figure of over 253 million. These figures have been varying from 200 million, 220, and also 220, which is equivalent to about 2.78% of global population and about 20% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world and the sixth most populous in the world. Our population figures is expected to hit 400 million by 2050 at the current growth rate of 2.7%, and with a median age of 18.1 and 70% under the age of 30. With this kind of population, Nigeria should be among the most productive nations on planet Earth. But our global GDP ranking is a disappointing 27th. That is the nominal GDP. And it's just 477.4 billion USD as at the end of 2022. And this, of course, is accompanied by high levels of poverty, unemployment, and insecurity of food, lives, and health. There is no relationship between the vast potentials that is seen in our population, in the blessing that we have with respect to arable land, good climate, very rich natural resources all over the place, and that's where we are with respect to our GDP. We are nowhere near the first 15. We have smaller countries, very high GDPs. What it means is that a large percentage of our population, the population that we celebrate that should be a blessing from God Almighty, that population is actually unproductive. They are not adding any value. That's why we are seeing a lot of them now. Everybody is wearing dreadlocks. Is that productivity? That's not productivity. The United States of America ranks as number one in global GDP ranking with over 20.8 trillion USD. And this feat is reported to be driven and sustained by key factors: an entrepreneurial environment. That entrepreneurial environment encourages hard work and long hours, centralized government, advanced research by tertiary institutions. Of course, the research is being consumed by society, by industry, by government, and then favorable regulatory environment. We have reports that nearly 12% of the world's population in extreme poverty, and they live in Nigeria. That was why last year, 2 years ago, I said Nigeria is poverty capital of the world. And I'm very sure that we believe this. We don't doubt this at all, no matter what the figures are saying. These drivers are in short supply in Nigeria. The drivers I'm talking about that have elevated the United States of America to the number one GDP ranking in the world, in the rural environment that encourages hard work and long hours, centralized government, advanced research by tertiary institutions, and the uptake of these research activities, and then favorable regulatory environments. Like I said, these drivers are in short supply in Nigeria, virtually non-existent. Just like as I was talking about the fact that we don't have the right level of representation from government and these agencies and industry in this particular area. And I think that we are not doing ourselves any respect. I was involved in a particular program recently because about 2 weeks ago I fell out with the executive secretary of NBT when he was talking about the fact the Federal Polytechnic Act, last amended in 2019, that he approached, because part of our demands is that as part of the linkage between our polytechnics and industry, that we should start having staff going on industrial work experience, just go to industries. Have staff, particularly academic staff, visit the industry, work for 6 months, 1 year, see the challenges in the industry, come back and look for solutions. And he said that yes, that he went to Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and they said yes, that it is, well, why should ASUP change the away from the government councils polytechnics, and therefore that they will not accept us. And because of this, that is going to ask for another amendment so that the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria comes back into the government councils of polytechnics. And I told him in the public that we will not allow that to happen. Because the first Federal Polytechnics Act, the first act came out in 1979. The last amendment took place in 2019. That's some 40 years. From 1979 to 2019, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria had representations in the governing councils of Federal Polytechnics, at least Federal Polytechnics. I know that some state polytechnics are separate. But for these 40 years, I challenged the executive secretary of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria should bring their scorecard. They should bring their scorecard to the table. They should tell us what impact these linkages we are talking about, how many have they created. Looking at Akwa State Polytechnic in Orozco, I cannot see any particular project or any form of investment, whether in form of research activities or or infrastructure by any industry. It's a shame. And let's say Polytechnic Akwa is very close here. Industrial hub, commercial activities. There is a polytechnic there, but there is certainly no relationship between that polytechnic and the activities that go on within Akwa metropolis. What then is the essence of the polytechnic? And then we want us to bring them. They will come and sit in council. At the end of council meeting, they will take a crown envelope. They will be pursuing employment opportunities up and down. They want to take a contract to execute. That's all. That's all. Alhaji Rabi of PUA Cement just supported the University of Maiduguri with the sum of 5 billion. That project has been supporting different universities in the country in the tune of billions. How many industrialists have invested 1 billion naira, just 1 billion naira in any project? And you said they should come to council. I told you, I said they will not come. They will not allow them to come. Germany is the most industrialized nation in Europe. How many of their industrialists are involved in education and governance level? Whether the polytechnic system in Germany or the university system. You don't have to be there. The presence of our lecturers, of the academic staff in your industries is actually to help you find local solutions to your challenges, to your problems. Save forex for you. The money that you're supposed to use to get expatriates to come and look for solutions to little problems that people in Aba or around here will knock two metals together, do innovation and solve for you. Allow us to solve those problems. Other notable indices of economic well-being reflect a more depressing picture. Inflation as of July 2023 is at an all-time high of 24%. It has been climbing consistently since 2022. The National Bureau of Statistics recently deployed a new methodology to drop the nation's unemployment rate to 4.1% from a high of 33%. KPMG is a very reliable consulting firm. Their own rating is that our unemployment rate as of 2022 is 37.7% and projected to hit 40.6% in 2023. So you just believe the one you want to believe. 4% or 37.7%. You know the one that is true. I will not be the one to say National Bureau of Statistics will just give us a lie. They say it is 4%. Unemployment though, that it is 4% now in this country. So just believe, decide on what you want to believe, no problem. Of course, we know that these unemployment figures are driven by limited investment investment in the private sector, low industrialization, slow economic growth, and all of this lead to inability of the economy to absorb the more than 4 million new entrants into the job markets in Nigeria every year. Oil sector is the single largest contributor to our nation's income, contracted by more than 90% to a low of 1.34 million barrels per day by the last quarter of 2022. Nigeria can no longer meet its open quota due to worsening oil depths, pipeline vandalization, underinvestment, and other operational challenges. And of course, this has worsened our forex liquidity, nation's currencies on a free fall, and fueling hyperinflation. And all the attempts, all the beautiful policies aimed at reducing the nation's dependency on oil has been at mere policy level. That is the diversification we'll be talking about. It's not a new term in Nigeria. Diversification has been there. Every administration in Nigeria has been talking about diversification, and still we are still talking about diversification. The above, all of these paint a green picture of a nation on its knees, desperately looking for salvation and under an unimaginable and enterprising debt profile. So the hand is not good. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows that Nigeria has no business being where it is currently. We all know that where we are currently is just self-inflicted. We know that, and it is not good. Both for our own generation and for generations to come. Our current situation is actually pitiable. Mandate identification and definition of polytechnic education in Nigeria. Well, a lot of us don't know that polytechnic education in Nigeria, or technical vocational education and training in Nigeria, took its roots in 1895 through the establishment of the AKWAPOLY Institute in Akwa. In 1895, it was established by the Methodist Mission in Nigeria. That institute focused on vocational training, producing craftsmen, technicians, and technologists. Yaba Higher College was established in 1932, and of course it later transformed into a technical institute in 1943, and that marked the establishment of the first public technical institution with a mandate similar to that of the AKWAPOLY Institute. And the establishment of Yaba Technical Institute was followed by the establishment of technical institutes in Kaduna 1948. Kaduna Technical Institute now became Kaduna Polytechnic. Yaba Technical Institute became Yaba College of Technology. Enugu, one was established in Enugu in 1958. That now became the IMT that we know today, Institute of Management and Technology, IMT in 1958. And then the one that was established in Midwest was the only one established post-colonial era, 1964. That is the current Auchi Polytechnic in Lagos State. It was established as the Midwest Technical Institute. And these are the first generation polytechnics in Nigeria. Yaba College of Technology, Kaduna Polytechnic, Institute of Management and Technology and Auchi Polytechnic. As a matter of fact, the first set of students that we are seeing at the University College in Ibom came from Yaba Technical Institute. That's why it is always said that the Nigerian Polytechnic system is older than the Nigerian university system in tertiary education in Nigeria. Because we moved students from Yaba Technical Institute to go and start the university college. Then it was called University College in Akwa. Later became University of Akwa. It's very important to trace this little history for us to understand that we have actually come a long way. And that is why, having come this long, why are we still where we are? These establishments, at the time, of course, pre-colonial, had the mandate to produce middle-class technical manpower for the nation. With the adoption of the National Policy on Education, the National Board for Technical Education was established in 1977 to serve as a regulatory body for the polytechnics, with the country working to establish at least one public polytechnic in each state of the federation. In fact, this led to the establishment of the second generation polytechnics and an encouragement to states to also establish polytechnics in their domains. Currently, the country has 35 federal, 48 states, and 61 private polytechnics established all over the nation. So the Nigerian states knew and found it worthy that these technical institutions, polytechnics least one in every state of the federation. And that particular reason is to drive industrialization, to help the nation towards self-sustainability. That mandate was there in the national policy and is still there today. Meaning that we have not vacated that need. And that's why when we see some state governments changing their polytechnics to universities, you'll be wondering, does it mean that these people now have all their problems with respect to technical manpower solved? Or is it just to massage, the political ego and desires of our politicians? Our politicians are now establishing polytechnics. Polytechnics are now being established as constituency projects. The governor will come, he will relocate the one that is existing, he will take it to his village. In Imo State, the governor there took the polytechnic, relocated the university, relocated the polytechnic to his own village to start afresh. So we keep having this kind of mismanagement of policy positions, and it is functioning to the detriment of the Nigerian state. The national policy on education places polytechnics as the tertiary subsector of the nation's education landscape. So the polytechnics represent technical education at the tertiary level. And the mandate was very clear: to promote technical and vocational education and training, technology transfer, as well as skills and manpower development to enhance the socio-economic development of the nation. The Federal Polytechnics Act 2019 amendment, I just alluded to it, equally charges polytechnics. It came with a very clear mandate. Remember, we started with the mandate during the colonial time to produce middle-level technical manpower. Now, as of 2019, the amendment has charges polytechnics with a mandate to provide full and part-time courses of instruction and training to produce middle and high-level manpower in technology, applied science, commerce, and management. Now, let me just say, Rector sir, I know that the member representing this part of Akwa State in the Akwa State House of Assembly is represented here. It is time to take a look at the edict establishing this institution. If it is not in alignment with the provisions of the Federal Polytechnics Act, at least in parts, particularly as it affects mandate, please, it's very important that we do this. The benefits are this: one is that decision making is relocated to the polytechnic community. We cannot be having a polytechnic system where decision making is left for persons coming from outside the community. A few months ago in my school, our selection process, your friend, my rector, the one you know, he has served out now, but maybe he didn't tell you why he doesn't have a substantive replacement now. What happened was that during the selection process, before this act came on board, the procedure was that in a selection board of 7, you only have just one person representing the polytechnic community, elected from the academic board. But by virtue of this act, the amendment of this act, out of that 7, we now have 4. 2 elected from the congregation, 2 elected from the academic board. And so, during the selection process, the person that our chairman of council wanted, he didn't meet the favor of the selection board members. And when it was time to collect the results, the council chairman, who is a politician, collected the result sheet, that's the collation sheet, started studying it. We have recorded 6 out of 7. He started studying it. When he saw the trend, he walked away with the result sheet. He first of all started by shouting in the hall that, look, this is not a true reflection of this particular interview. Unfortunately for him, I was part of the selection board. I was there, live. cannot introduce a rector through the window. Our rector must walk into the door very proud. And so that's the stalemate. So it is very important that we align the mandate of this institution as captured in the ethics establishing this institution to the realities of the current times, such that it will meet the needs of our Ibom State people and the Nigerian states. So, Rector sir, my colleagues in the union who can do this, who can actually do it. I know that in Nasarawa State, they have done theirs. They've aligned themselves to the act. I know that in Jigawa State, they've also done the same. And I know that Akwa State will also do the same. And it's not a joke that you are the second best Polytechnic in Nigeria. But by ranking, therefore, this mandate must reflect that status. Thank you very much. Now, this particular mandate has captured effectively extends the colonial middle-level manpower development mandate for polytechnics to the production of high-level manpower as well. It is therefore expected that polytechnics in Nigeria will be tied to the nation's development through the production of technical manpower to not only drive industrialization, but to also build the entrepreneurial capabilities and skills development of this youth population. Looking at our mandate fulfillment, the mandate fulfillment of polytechnic education in Nigeria, it's so simple. With the level of unemployment and poverty in the country, it is very clear that polytechnics are not meeting this mandate. It's just very simple. No matter, there is no volume of figures that will turn out here, and graph and all of that, that will tell you a different story. In fact, all those figures will moderate the actual situation. There is no family in Nigeria that does not have an employment or unemployment situation. It is as bad as that. Polytechnic products currently contribute their own quota to the army of unemployed young people in the country, when they should actually be reducing the unemployment rate. Should actually be reducing the unemployment rate. But here we are contributing to the more than 4 million people who join the unemployment market on an annual basis. We are supposed to be producing employers of labor by training and not job seekers. Our polytechnics are not tailored currently to address the immediate and emerging needs of the nation, despite the public intention behind their establishment. Most of the polytechnics themselves are struggling to survive with declining student population driven by the age-long HND-PSC dichotomy. There are polytechnics, not state polytechnics, federal polytechnics, today in Nigeria, whose total student population is still less than 1,000. More than 10 years after establishment, less than 1,000. All programs, HND, OND, all departments, everything put together, less than 1,000. Is that good? Curiously, I have one. Total student population, just a little more than 900. Total staff population, a little more than 800. Student to staff ratio, almost 1:1. Polytechnics are actually in danger as we speak. The figures are dropping. I'm sure you know because we encountered it in the classrooms. The enrollment figures are dropping. A combination of JAMB policies, LBT policies, and then the one that public services is driving with respect to dichotomy. The polytechnic system is in there. That was why in 2021 we organized a roundtable to interrogate the future of the Nigerian polytechnic system. The figures are dropping. JAMB figures on a consistent basis for the last 5 years. Less than 1% apply to polytechnics. And why should they apply? Why should young people apply to polytechnics as a matter? Why should you encourage your children to come? And so that you are going to award them a certificate that society does not respect. Society, government through its own policies, demarkets higher national diploma, and then you are forcing higher national diploma on young people, and you want them to come, they will not come. The HND BSc dichotomy, if it is not addressed, may kill the Nigerian polytechnic system finally. The ES recently said it is top up. Journalists asked me, I said that's not our business. In fact, that has just added to our compendium of evidence to support the fact that Nigerian Polytechnic system, I was, at the first part of this, earlier part of this presentation, I traced some form of history. How we started in the 40s, the AKWAPOLY of technology was there. We are now in 2023, and it is still a closed system. There is nothing to explore in the Nigerian Polytechnic system. It's just a closed system. It is ancient and it is final. Take it or you leave it if you don't want to get out. That is no longer tertiary education. If you cannot explore the frontiers of knowledge, then it is no longer tertiary education. As far as it is tertiary education, there is no end to knowledge. Once it is tertiary education, there is no end to knowledge. Why should the Nigerian Polytechnic system be limited? Why are we looking at a glass ceiling? You are looking at the ceiling, you are looking at the future, but you can't break the ceiling and pass. Why? Before you go further, you are asked to go and do a postgraduate diploma where you lose everything technical knowledge and then you continue. Why can't you be allowed to continue in technical education up to the highest possible level? That is how economies develop. We have told them, say, stop research anything. Stop it if it's a problem. Allow us to start awarding Bachelor of Technology. Allow us to return ordinary national diploma, OND. Let the OND be a feed to the Bachelor of Technology. Revive our technical colleges so that they will be the feed to OND. From OND you graduate to Bachelor of Technology, you graduate to Master of Technology, and you continue. Let this dichotomy end. But in Nigeria, we are more interested in this. Nigerian Universities Commission will say, no. Because you don't have enough PhD holders. You don't have enough manpower. And we show them that so many polytechnics in Nigeria, a lot of the new universities you have, public and private, they don't have up to half the number of PhD holders in some Nigerian polytechnics. I entered this gate. Only the ambience, just the ambience alone will tell you that this place is a fit tertiary institution. But then you move out. You enter Havana, you see just one building, 3-story building. They are here, I want a PhD. I want a PhD. And you tell Akwa Ibom Polytechnic, no. And they are wanting that PhD. All the staff here, most of the staff, they are contract staff, adjunct. None full-time. They have nothing. But you are told, because you are Polytechnic, they will tell you that your own is middle level manpower. That was why I pointed at the provision of the law. That you have the mandate to use high level manpower. And there is no limit to high level. So if the question of dichotomy is not answered, we will continue to do well with our young people will not come to polytechnics. And the unemployment situation in the country will continue to worsen. The place of polytechnic education in Nigeria's development goals. Well, a lot of our goals, the ones we always bring out programs. The EROG is the last one. The current administration has not launched one. But we know that the EROG is meant to satisfy the sustainable development goals set up in the TM plan 2015 to 2030. And all the 17 goals in the SDGs, all of them are tailored towards poverty reduction, nothing again. Improvement on the quality of life of citizens. That is what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And so, where is the place of the Nigerian Polytechnic system? The battle against extreme poverty and other social vices, including insecurity, cannot be won without tackling the spoil of youth unemployment and migrating the nation's economic model away from its community status. If our polytechnics continue to remain non-functional, poverty level in Nigeria will not stop rising. That is the reality. It will not stop. Because our polytechnics are supposed to, like I said earlier, produce employers of labor. They are not supposed to be contributing to the labor market. They are supposed to be reducing, they are supposed to be employing people away from the labor market. They are supposed to be putting food on people's tables. But unfortunately, they are part of the unemployment market. very different from the conventional forms of education, and because we are anchored on practical and hands-on skill education as against theoretical forms, and therefore we should provide adequate impetus for the development of small and medium-scale enterprises. The current emphasis on degrees for employment should be substituted with skills for employment, with young people acquiring skills relevant to industry, entrepreneurship, and self-reliance. I know that MBT is trying to do something good at this time, probably for us, very long. Driving the national skills qualification framework and trying to ensure that as you are graduating from the Nigerian Polytechnic system, you are graduating with another skill. It is not just a certificate, HND or OLD that you're coming out with. You're also going to come out with a certified expertise in a particular skill of your choice, which is fine too, because with soft skills, you don't need to depend on another for food. Such certification will align the expectations and mandate of our polytechnics to national needs in such a way that the skills gap in the country is closed and young Nigerians can become productive. As part of the recommendations, we are saying that stakeholders should work in synergy to mainstream polytechnic education into the nation's developmental plans. We are crying about unemployment. I was asking someone, I visited Dangote Refinery. I was in the tech fund team that visited Dangote Refinery. And on inquiry, I found out that that's a $19 billion investment out there. And I found out that more than 1,000 welders was used, and all those welders came from India. I mean that 1,000 or 100% from India. And I said, what is going on here? And we are talking about unemployment, and you got 1,000 welders plus from India, and you paid them, you be feeding them there. And they said that the ones we have in Nigeria, they don't have the relevant skills. I said, they don't have the relevant skills. 1% of $19 billion. 10% of $19 billion is $190 million. 1% of $19 billion is $19 million. If you put $19 million in Yaba College of Technology, they have a welding and fabrication department. Yaba College of Technology will have a center of excellence in welding and fabrication. They will produce the best welders that will not only do that welding work, but will sustain, because it doesn't end at establishing the industry. There will be repairs. That is what we call sustainability. So, what is the sustainability plan? Can we not, as a nation, try to mainstream some of these major flagship projects, mainstream the Nigerian Polytechnic system, so that ultimate polytechnics can become, investment destinations in this part? We are talking about funding. There is no funding. There is no funding. These are part of the ways that institutions are funded. If you bring that $19 billion, Yaba College of Technology, and any other chosen polytechnic in the southwest zone, you come and diligently inject $19 million in terms of purchase of equipment and hiring adequate technical manpower. The number of welders, qualified welders, because Nigerians are resourceful people, the number of qualified welders that will be produced there will keep Dangote Refinery running for as long as as long as it works, and save that particular refinery from forex, and save the nation's currency. The federal government, that one is private. The federal government under Buhari was busy doing railway projects all over the place. How did you mainstream the Nigerian Polytechnic system into these projects? Those railway lines that you are establishing, who will do the maintenance? You go to China and bring them to do it. But they are discussing places where there are polytechnics. Polytechnics that we establish with the mandate to produce technical manpower. So, there's a whole lot of contradiction ensuring that the Nigerian polytechnic system is, or prominent polytechnic these projects are factored into the project costs. Factor them into the project costs. If there is a major project coming on in Akwa State and it requires technical manpower, find a way of mainstreaming Akwa State Polytechnic into that project. Not just from the federal government, even from the state government. Get a percentage of that project cost, dedicate it to Akwa State Polytechnic with a mandate to produce technical manpower to ensure sustainability of that project. That project will not suffer. That project will not die. And the institution will have some funds to keep running. And the young people will be employed. And society will be better for it. And poverty will reduce. But no, we must get expatriates. I entered MPs the other day, one of the air hostesses. They're white. I said I will not take the back. That back you give, I won't take it for her. What's she doing there? What's she doing there? So with all this unemployment in Nigeria, you cannot get air hostess. That is one person, 2, 3 young people, male, female, that will enter this place and do this kind of work. You need to get a white-haired person to come and do it. Don't we have laws anymore? That's why they say, that's why they are talking about a favorable regulatory environment. Does our regulatory policies allow this kind of practice? How are we giving work permits for that class of manpower? For that class of labor? When we have young people going all over the place, no employment. We have our own problem. Well, I was saying that we need to mainstream our polytechnics to our nation's development plans, and I was saying this because this will ensure that government pays the right level of attention to Tibet's institutions by ensuring appropriate funding, migrate the tertiary level certification to Bachelor of Technology, with OMP retained as key for the Bachelor of Technology, reversing infrastructure deficits, reviewing curricula, addressing issues of staff remuneration so as to retain qualified personnel, restoring the technical qualities as key for the OMP programs, and ensuring institutional staff, industrial work experience for academic staff. You can add your own list. It's not exhausted here. That's why we're in the conference. In conclusion, I expect that this keynote presentation would have sufficiently energized this gathering. This is a very important conference, as I know we have provided enough basis to kickstart valuable discussions on the place of polytechnic education as our country continues to seek ways out of the roots of the vulnerable monolithic crude oil economy and towards sustainable economic development and prosperity. Conferees are enjoying to explore further and propose implementable solutions from this conference for the benefit of the polytechnic education and the Nigerian nation at large. Thank you very much.
You can't stop while you have not attended. Thank you very much. That was so professional. Comrade Anderson Ezeibe, National President, ASUP. Very intelligent, very handsome, and very insightful. Can we please appreciate him? His intellectuality came out here and gave us a life-size picture of the polytechnic situation in Nigeria, taking us into the annals of history and bringing us forward to make us see how and where forward towards having a better situation of the polytechnic in Nigeria. And you will agree with me that he did a wonderful job in the big people presentation. Please let us encourage him. While he was presenting that insightful paper, we had one of the most estimable members of our society, very lovable personality, a friend and a fellow of this polytechnic, walked into this gathering, and we are so happy that he is here with us. He is one man that makes things to happen is one man that you love him whenever he performs his acts. One of the acts is the presentation of a well-built and furnished hostel for this Polytechnic, and specifically said that it is for 3 pointers. I think you will clap for that. And that hostel presented it in honor of his late father, Justice Sima Akwa. Of course, he did not stop there. At a point, he had to present a brand new 18-seater bus to the student union government of this Polytechnic. The list is long, but permit me at this point in time to recognize in our midst and present before us Prince Ibom, the second chairman, House Committee on Business, Roles, Ethics and Privileges, representing the Sierra State constituency in Akwa State House of Assembly. Friend of the union and very particular friend of ASUP chairman, Prince Ibom the second. Thank you very much. We would have loved him to stay on and on before he speaks, but we understand that even as he shelves other things to be here, other things are waiting for him to attend to. But that is not to say that we want him to leave. He should be here with us. At this point, before we move further into other activities of this day, please let us call on this gentleman of goodwill, Prince Ibom, a fellow of the Polytechnic and friend of this great scholar of learning, to please say hi to us. Welcome, sir.
The chairman of this session, the rector of the Polytechnic, the national president of ASUP, that how you call it? And then I understand that someone of the ITEL is representing my VC of my university. So I would like to also recognize my teacher, my lecturer, the man that gave me sleepless night the past how many days? Sleepless night. Mr. Akwa, I'm sure you are representing the university, one of us, and so one person is doing that. But when I saw him, because he's my lecturer, so I thought maybe he was representing the VC. Did I recognize the chapter president of ASUP, my friend and brother, and his entire team, the civil lecturers from this great university, most of them my friends. I wish I had joined them on time. The problems I have today, I wouldn't have had all of them. Because at my very tender age, my problems are too much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. First, I want to thank God for today. I want to thank God for giving us a bright day. Even though I woke up very sad, and I cried all night this morning. But I thank God that driving into Akwa said Polytechnic, my entire mood changed. And then listening to the last speaker and the president of the national ASUP national, listening to him did that presentation, the whole lot has changed about the day. And I want to start by telling him that whatever is left regarding the alignment, whatever amendment that you need as a Polytechnic, whatever support that you will need as a Polytechnic, not only as Akwa State Polytechnic, every Polytechnic across the country, I will be your voice. First, today is the World Teachers Day, and I want to believe that this is a great opportunity for me to say congratulations. We love you. We appreciate you Some of us, not everybody. And in fact, to further demonstrate the fact that you have a very special place in my heart, I came all the way for this event. I think this will afford me the opportunity to appreciate each and every one of you. Your effort in shaping some of us, your effort in guiding some of us to achieve our dreams will never go unnoticed. We appreciate you all. God bless you in the mighty name of Jesus. So I came to congratulate my friend. I didn't know he was inviting me for a big event like this. I had a couple of engagements with him because he brought a concern for us to engage each other. And I gave him my words that I am going to do that. Today I came to listen to your national president. He has given more insight into our engagement, and that will further strengthen me. That will further strengthen my position when I will go out there to ensure that whatever alignment we need, whatever amendment we need, I will put this Polytechnic on the same level with other polytechnics in the country. I will be your voice, and I will do it on time. Your time sometimes is always a major factor when you want to take up a project or whatever you need to do. If you don't do it on time, the same time waste for no money. So I believe that God kept every problem or most of the other particular problem for a time when Prince Akwa will be in the house of assembly. Because they know, or God knew, that sincerely I will be the one to speak on your behalf. And I will sincerely. So for today, I wouldn't want to bore you with a whole lot of speeches. I want to have a copy of that presentation so that I can further digest whatever is in it and ensure that I invite everything into my humble self. That when I am speaking, I will be speaking from the position of the truth and the authority. In the UK, to read law, you must have a first degree in some other field. I hope I'm correct. I see no reason why you want to be an engineer in Nigeria, or you want to pursue any degree in technology. The foundation should be an OAD for the Polytechnic. I hope that is what the national president was talking about. That should be the foundation. And then that was all our polytechnics in respect that they deserve. If not any other thing, I will fight for that one. Because I know that one will also add value to the society. I will fight for it. Outside the fight that I'm going to take up of this polytechnic. And then having said that, I want to tell the rector that I am one of you. I am your voice. I can do anything. I can run any errand on behalf of this polytechnic. I came here and said, here I am. Thank you very much, friend of the Polytechnic. You heard him well. He said, here I am. He said, please can we encourage that with just He spoke very softly, but very steadily. And we are sure that wherever we will send him, he will go for our own good. So let us appreciate him again, please. Thank you very much. Having listened to those soft spoken words that are very steady and meaning born by that member house. Okay. I was telling them, they reminded me that you don't look like a PDP man. And I didn't lie. So I will support my friend, the So I'm even happy. Let me tell you one other thing that I've made glad my heart this afternoon. When they gave me this microphone, some look at what is written there. Because in my school, all that is written in everything is either needs or text form. In my Bible say university, so everything, including paper, needs text form. So when I saw this one, and I now checked, and it was so I knew that something is happening here. So congratulations is I missed the commissioning, and I feel very sad about that. I know that the secretariat, this must have taken so much from the secretariat, so very much. I engaged the project, and I know what it takes. So I will support ASUP, Polytechnic, Polytechnic, some of one.
Thank you very much. Member Akwa State House of Assembly, friend of the Polytechnic, fellow of this Polytechnic. A good man is hard to find, so we are very happy that we found this one. And we cherish everything that he does for us. Prince Ibom Akwa, please let us do it one more time for him. For that big man. Thank you very much. It's time to progress. We have to move. Time is not friendly. We would have stayed a bit longer to enjoy the inferior created by this House of Assembly member. But we have to listen to a former rector of the Polytechnic, an immediate past chairman of co-heads, who is coming out to take the lead paper one. Thank you very much. I'm talking of no other than Dr. Barrister Sam Kalabo, immediate past rector, captain, Elechi Amani Polytechnic, Port Harcourt, and immediate past chairman of co-heads. Ladies and gentlemen, before we listen to this man, permit me to bring forward a comrade in the person of Comrade Ibom to please take this citation of this great man. Thank you very much. Please can we applaud him?
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, the rector, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege and honor for me to be asked to read the citation of a man whose intimidating profile has swept me all my God. So thank you so much for the honor. He hails from Orochemi community, Red Sea in Port Harcourt, City local government area of Rivers State, Nigeria. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree, Master of Science degree, and PhD degree in Political and Administrative Studies from the University of Port Harcourt. He also is an alumnus of the Rivers State University, Port Harcourt, where he obtained the Bachelor of Laws degree before proceeding to the Nigerian Law School, Abuja, and was subsequently called to the Nigerian bar. He's a member of several professional bodies and academic associations, such as the African Bar Association, Nigeria Bar Association, Port Harcourt Branch, Institute of Development Administration of Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Local Government and Public Administration of Nigeria, Nigerian Political Science Association, and International Research and Development Institute. He is a fellow of Institute of Public Management of Nigeria, Chartered, Institute of Business Foundation of Nigeria, Association of Business Specialists and Entrepreneurs of Nigeria, Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered, and Chairman, Committee of Fellows, Rivers State. He is an honorary fellow, National Institute of Marketing of Nigeria. He has served both the Rivers State government and the federal government of Nigeria in various capacities. At one time, he was executive assistant to the chairman executive committee of Port Harcourt City local government area from 1994 to 1996. He was also a member of the 6th Governing Council Rivers State College of Arts and Science, Womola, Port Harcourt, from 2011 to 2015. He is a member of the People's Democratic Party, Rivers State. I was in 2011 a member of the campaign council. He's a member of committees of the needs assessment of the federal government colleges and the 6 geopolitical zones 2012. He was a member of Rivers State Government Transition Committee in 2015. He was external examiner and member selection board for Kwame Director for Delta State Polytechnic, Ozuru, Delta State. He was a member of Rivers State Government Committee on Accreditation Approval of Private Schools in 2019, and also People's Democratic Party Campaign Coordinator for Port Harcourt City Local Government Area in 2019. He's a member of Thanksgiving 4 years anniversary and inauguration of the second tenure of His Excellency Yeson Ezenwi Wike in 2019. He was a member. Our distinguished lead speaker presenter has been conferred with honorary chief title as Eze Umanu Oga of Rumola Clan by His Royal Highness in Council, Eze Dr. Oziri C. Oziri JP, Pamaula of Rumola, that was born on the 28th of December 2020. Our distinguished guest lecturer is a member of Governing Council, Government Board rather, of National Board for Technical Education from 2021 to date. It was the Chairman Council of Heads of Polytechnics and Colleges of Education in Nigeria, OHET, Constitution Review Committee in 2021. He was a member of OHET's Welfare, Ceremonies, and Awards Committee in 2021. He was a member of National Government Board, National Youth Service Corps, NYC, 2022 to 2023. He was a Nigerian Country Representative on the Board of Association of Technical Universities and Polytechnics in Africa from 2022 to 2023. Was a member of People's Democratic Party, Rivers State Campaign Council 2022 to 2023. Member of Rivers State Government Inauguration Committee 2023. He is also a recipient of many awards and honors, which include, among others, Best Head of Tertiary Institution Award in Rivers State by National Association of Social Media Practitioners of Nigeria, Rivers State, October 2017. He's an icon of good leadership by the Senate of the National Association of Polytechnic Students Worldwide. An Outstanding Educational Administrator Award by the National Network Newspaper in 2019. He received the Best Director of the Year 2022 by the National Network Newspapers. Security Icon of the Year Award 2022 by the Police Community Relations Committee, Rivers State Command. A Distinguished Service Star of Rivers State, given to him as Excellency Yeson Ezenwi, Governor of Rivers State, on May 29, 2015, and then ran to May 29, 2023, on 3rd December 2022. His research interests are in development studies and administration, policy analysis, and legal aspects of administration. He has published several articles in reputable local and international academic journals. And as for books, to his credit, our distinguished lecturer today is married to Dr. Mrs. Victoria Osamuchi Sam Kalambo, and that marriage is blessed with 4 loving children. The chairman of education, my rector, parents, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's a great privilege and honor to introduce to us the lead paper presenter for today's event, in the person of Dr. Barrister Sam B.
Chairman of the occasion, my brother and rector of Akwa State Polytechnic, the national president of ASUP, other members of the high level, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with excitement and delight to be invited as the lead paper presenter at the 4th International Conference of ASUP Akwa State Chapter Akwa State. I'd like to sincerely thank the ASUP for the privilege and honor which I will always acknowledge and church. Similarly, I'd like to also congratulate the organizers of the conference for providing the relevant platform which has brought together scholars and participants from diverse intellectual convictions and dispositions to address the various aspects of the theme of the conference. The theme of the conference is not only timely but fitting, especially considering the present booming state of Nigeria's economy. An international conference of this character renews my firm belief and confidence that there are still academics in Nigeria who are very committed to Project Nigeria and the development of Polytechnic education as a critical pathway to economic diversification, stability, and sustainability. As a pioneer rector and having presided over the Polytechnic for 8 years, which prides itself on being the fastest growing Polytechnic south of Sahara, Africa, and having served in the capacity of the chairman of COHES, as well as the country representative of Nigeria on the board of the Association of Technical Universities and Polytechnics in Africa, I intend to share some of my thoughts and experiences on the theme of the conference, which I hope will enrich, further stimulate, and deepen scholarly conversations on the theme of the conference. And to that extent, I will be speaking on the topic which has been assigned to me, which is redefining the mandate of Polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability in Nigeria. In presenting this lead paper, therefore, the paper has been divided into the following sections. I think that the slide is there. The introduction, which is what I'm doing, theoretical framework, like education of key terms and concepts, a brief history of Polytechnic education, determining and contextualizing purpose of scholarly analysis of the paper, the theoretical framework adopted is a functional theory of functionality. It is concerned with the examination of how socio-economic, political, religious, and educational institutions and structures perform or do not perform or fulfill their purposes or functions to support the whole system. 3.0 clarification of key terms and concepts. In brief, Polytechnic implies skills in many arts, applied sciences, and technology, quote and unquote. According to Kazore, the immediate past executive secretary of NBT, is of the view that when we talk of polytechnics, we refer to non-university tertiary technical education training institutions offering a wide variety of technology, science, and business-oriented educational training, leading to the award of national diploma, higher national diploma, and post-higher national diploma in Nigeria. I intend to adopt this definition for the purpose of this paper. Concept of education. There are various dimensions, conceptual and definitional analysis of education. However, for our purpose, I see education as the greatest investment in human capital, capable of enhancing the fundamental productive capacities, knowledge, creative abilities, skills, etc. necessary to health development at various levels. The process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, and habits as put forward by the UNESCO. In particular, Section 1, subsection 3 of the National Policy of Education 2014 notes that Nigeria's philosophy of education is anchored on the belief that education is an instrument for national development and social change. So we are talking about diversification, sustainable development. The import and purport of this provision is that without education, we cannot put Nigeria on a sound and positive pedestal of national development, social change, and sustainability. And in doing this, it is also important that we will note the essence of quality education. We can't talk of polytechnic education without due reference to quality education. Quality education is an all-inclusive term which focuses primarily on preparing and equipping the learner for life and not necessarily for assessment. So polytechnic education means that preparing individuals for the journey of life, and not necessarily for continuous assessment, not necessarily for examination. That's why we need to re-examine polytechnic education within the context of quality education. Quality education, interestingly, is goal number 4 of the Sustainable Development Goal, which is also referred to as global goal. Its target is to ensure the learner's social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive development, irrespective of gender, race, ethnicity, socio-economic status, or geographical location, as enunciated by Education International 2023. The United Nations envisages that by 2030, education will be used for transformation of the world. So, if this is what the United Nations envisages, what are we doing in Nigeria within the context of the promotion of polytechnic education? Polytechnic education. The importance of polytechnic education at this time of our development in Nigeria cannot be overemphasized. Polytechnic education involves teaching, training, and research in technology, applied sciences, commerce and management, and other fields of applied learning relevant to the needs of development in Nigeria. The keynote speaker had made ample reference to this. Polytechnic education guarantees the production of persons with diverse technical and technological skills and competencies in various professions, blends theory and practical to solve real-life problems. You will agree with me that virtually all the earlier speakers here have made reference to skills. So skills have been constant in all the speeches that have been made and with reference to polytechnic education. We appreciate the fact that by the statistics provided this year by MPT, we have about 173, exactly 173 polytechnics between the public, the private, and state-owned polytechnics. Great history of polytechnic education. I don't intend to dwell on this because the keynote speaker had already made reference to this, but to quickly add that the term has both Greek and French antecedents, and that the term polytechnic was first used in French in 1805. The keynote speaker had made reference to the establishment of Yaba Technology, IMT, Kaduna Polytechnic. Just to add to that, whereas Yaba College of Technology was the first polytechnic in the country in terms of government-established polytechnic, the Lagos City Polytechnic, established in 1990, but gained recognition by MPT in 1995, is the first private polytechnic in Nigeria. Determining and contextualizing the mandate of polytechnic education. There are three main objectives of polytechnic education. Number one is promotion of technical and vocational education. Number two, technology transfer. And there we are concerned with homegrown or autonomous technology. Since there are various restrictions within the international climate, how will we be able to develop autonomous technology? That's a major core concern and mandate of polytechnic education in Nigeria. And then the third one is skills development. And this is where the thrust of this paper and my analysis will depend. Skills development. To quickly add that Section 2A of the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act 2019, which in the course and for the purpose of this paper I will refer to FPAA, has made provision for the mandate of the Polytechnic in Nigeria and by extension Polytechnic education, which primarily has to do with, as lawyers would say, that lawyers are repetitive for emphasis. So I'd like to also put this provision, which the keynote speaker had mentioned earlier, Section 2, subsection A of the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act, provides that polytechnic education shall provide full-time or part-time training to produce middle and high-level manpower, arrange conferences, seminars, colleges, to perform such other functions as may serve to promote the objectives of the polytechnic. Contextualizing the mandate of polytechnic education. Just like he also mentioned, state-owned polytechnics have similar provisions, and I'm glad to say that even before the Federal training in science, engineering, technology, environmental sciences, management, communication, and such other sub-learning, to encourage and promote scholarship and conduct research in all fields of learning and human endeavor, to encourage, promote, and propagate the repair and maintenance culture, and to prepare and groom students in skills and entrepreneurship and university entry requirements. So, in terms of the core mandate, you can see that even before the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act came into being, we were proactive, we had already aligned the mandate of the Polytechnic provisions of the FPAA. The other area that we have also done that is in terms of the 65 years retirement age of both teaching and non-teaching staff. We had already incorporated that. And again, one other main area is in terms of appointment of persons into the office of director. Even before the national president started the agitation and the law was also passed to the effect that only persons in the Polytechnic sector can be appointed into the office of director of Federal Polytechnic. We have already done that. So as it stands today, except and unless by the wisdom of the principal of the owners of the Polytechnic, they decide to amend the law, no person outside the university sector can be appointed into the office of director of Captain Kelechi Amani Polytechnic. Economic diversification, ED. Economic diversification is the entire process of shifting an economy away from a single income source towards multiple sources from a growing range of sectors and markets. We're already aware that Nigeria is not only a monocultural economy, it's a consumptive rather than production-oriented economy. Emphasis have been made that despite the dynamic and young population that we have, qualitative arable land, we have continued to wallow in abject poverty, other economic challenges, and security challenges. So there's a need for Nigeria to come out of the doldrums by one of the ways available to us is economic diversification, so that we do not depend on revenues from oil alone. We need to depend on other multiple sources of revenue. Economic diversification in the context of Nigeria's development agenda seeks to reduce the country's overdependence on oil and vulnerability to oil price fluctuations in the international market. Just like we also advise ourselves at the level of the individuals and groups, we have been encouraged to ensure that we adopt multiple streams of income. So if we depend on the salaries that we get there, you know that the salaries will not be enough to cater for our responsibilities. The same thing is applicable to the Nigerian government. There's a need to explore multiple and alternative sources of revenue to engineer development in the country. They also argues that in Africa, I'm referring to Usman, including Nigeria, the state government should drive economic diversification, and only a developmental state has the capacity to play this role. We should not leave it to the forces of demand and supply. The state, through the government, must play a regulatory role. The state must be able to enunciate, formulate, and implement policies that will drive economic diversification. Usman knows 3 dimensions of economic diversification. So if you must diversify, there are 3 basic areas. Number 1 is what he refers to as sectoral diversification, which is contribution by various sectors to the overall production and trade, especially through export of more products and services. How many products do we export in Nigeria? Even our oil. Okay, it's taken to other countries. The oil is refined and it is brought back to us and sold to us at higher prices. Then number 3 is fiscal diversification, which has to do with evolving multiple and sustainable domestic sources of revenue mobilization. I've said it, we shouldn't depend on oil alone. We should look at other areas of domestic revenue mobilization. Diversification provides a country with the security and reliability that it needs. A country that is diversified has a reasonable measure of confidence. It has a measure of economic security. It has a measure of reliability. Because if one stream of income fails, there are other multiple streams of income. So that should one economic revenue stream fail, it has several other options for revenue. In business, which may not be our major concern here, but for businessmen and women, economic diversification can take 3 other forms. It will be corporate diversification, that go into new business areas, concentric diversification into even similar products or services, or conglomerate, which means inclusion of completely different products or services in your area of business. One of the dependent variables of this paper is sustainability. Sustainability implies futurity and the ability to continue, be firmly supported or upheld, especially for a reasonable or long time or indefinite. Like somebody mentioned there, that we wish and we believe, we are convinced in our spirit that this international conference will be sustained over time, over various leadership. Now, the organizing principle of sustainability is known and referred to as sustainable development in development theories and studies. Conceptualizing sustainable development is the organizing principle of sustainability. As I mentioned earlier, that another name for sustainable development is global goals. But before we look at sustainable development, what is development? This is a technical word that has been abused. Even when roads are constructed, bridges are built, houses are built, people say that we are developing. That's what Lord Ake of the Blessed Memory calls symptoms of development. Now, what is development? Development is qualitative improvement in the existential conditions of man through the provision of basic needs such as food, shelter, education, security, rising income, justice, rule of law, and so on and so forth. The 3 main goals of development is to reduce poverty. And I guess that is the reason that the number 1 goal of the 17 goals of SDG talks about poverty, eradicating poverty. Number 2 is to create employment or reduce unemployment. And number 3 is also reduce unjustified inequalities. These are the 3 main objectives which every development effort should seek to address. It has been canvassed in various fora that man is the agent of development. Development intends to benefit man. So man is the ultimate beneficiary of development. Development begins with man and also ends with man. According to the World Commission on Environment and Development, sustainable development, like many of us know, is the development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. So we must not goals or achieve the objectives of economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. Like it has been said, there are 7 goals of the SDG and 169 targets that have been projected by the United Nations to be achieved between 2015 and 2030. The fundamental question that we need to ask ourselves, we had Millennium Development Goals earlier. How many of those goals did we achieve globally and even in Nigeria? And this year is 2003. We have probably, this 2023, we have 7 more years to get to 2030. How sure are we that we'll be able to meet these goals? I believe that those are some of the questions that this conference in the technical session will be able to address. According to the UNESCO, education for sustainable development, which is also very critical in terms of skills development, is concerned with the provision of quality education at all levels, including the polytechnic education and polytechnics, in order to foster sustainable human development. So we can see that sustainable human development continues to resonate in many of our discussions and reference points here. And what is the focus of sustainable human development within the context of quality education is learning to know. Like we say, that education should pass through us, and we should also pass through what? Education. Learning to know, learning to be, learning to live together, learning to do. Learning to do emphasizes skills development, and learning to transform oneself and society. So if education does not transform us, and we don't also use education as a veritable instrument of means to transform our society, then we cannot achieve sustainable development. And that is where, again, the importance of polytechnic education and polytechnics lie. Economic diversification and sustainable development. If you look at the theme of the conference, which says redefining the mandate of polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainability in Nigeria. Maybe going by my background as a lawyer, if we talk of redefining the mandate, what that implies or suggests is that we'll go back to the principal law to look at what the provisions of the law, whether the law requires some level of or some form of amendment to be able to place it on the pedestal to meet the socio-economic and political needs of Nigeria. Or another way, to do things differently, even though the law has made certain prescriptions to be able to advance the objectives of polytechnic education. So for me, if we look at the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Law, provisions have been made that we will be able to fast-track polytechnic education to usher in the benefits of diversification and sustainable development. Polytechnic education remains the most viable, reliable, functional, and effective channel to actualize the goals of economic diversification and sustainable development in Nigeria. So we must diversify. Our point of focus, or our major point of focus and emphasis, is polytechnic education. The question that we need to ask ourselves, which will act as a compass for the remaining part of the paper and discussion, is how can the full realization of the mandate of polytechnic education facilitate economic diversification and sustainable development in Nigeria? This question will be answered and analyzed with reference to the relevant provisions of the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act 2014. Experiences and lessons from Germany, China, and Asian tigers Because for me, this is one of the most important innovations introduced by that amendment. Has already redefined the focus and direction of polytechnic education in Nigeria. What will make out of it in terms of implementation is the critical question that we all need to address. The federal government of Nigeria has also made TVET the fourth pillar in its policy document to drive its economic policy direction and recovery. Here again, emphasis is also placed on the importance of polytechnic education. Otherwise, the present federal government, under the renewed hope of Mr. President, Senator Bola Tinubu, would not have made TVET, which is an integral part of polytechnic education, as the fourth pillar that will drive its economic policy and direction. That's section 14.4. Not you have on the slide there 14.14. It's not 14.14. It's 14.4. Section 14.4 of the FUDA provides the compulsory retirement age of staff of polytechnics as 65 years. Now, what is the advantage of this for us? We are talking of re-examining, we are talking of repositioning and strengthening what the mandate of polytechnic education for purposes of economic diversification and sustainable development. For me, the elongation of the retirement age of staff of polytechnic is also a boost. How is it a boost? It will enable staff more time. Those who ordinarily should have retired at 35 years or 60 years, whichever is early, which was the previous law and practice, will no longer look at their residency, the number of years they put in the system, whether teaching or non-teaching. The point of retirement statutorily is now 65 years. So it will give us time, staff in the polytechnic system, to be able to continue to contribute to production of more skilled manpower to drive economic diversification and sustainable development in Nigeria. Thirdly, section 28, subsection 2A, subsection I of the FBAA stipulates that only a chief lecturer in the polytechnic system can be appointed director. I'm sure that this is one of the legacies or achievements of the present national executives of ASUP. The provision ensures the provision ensures good corporate management and administration of polytechnics by persons who have interest, passion, relevant qualification in polytechnic education. And I can see potential rectors not only of this polytechnic, but other polytechnics in Nigeria, because this provision has been able to increase your stay in the polytechnic system. So some of us, or some of you may no longer japa to the universities again. You will stay here. Having spent an average of 18 years or more to rise to the rank of a chief lecturer, once you get to the peak of the career, you will get to the peak of the career. And I'd like to share a particular experience with us. In 2016, I had a single opportunity and privilege to be invited as an external examiner for the purpose of appointing rectors of the former three state-owned polytechnics of Delta State, some of which have been converted to universities now. Now, when I got to the panel, I was taken aback by the records that were presented to me. Nobody from the polytechnic system was shortlisted for interview for the office of director. happened was that the criteria were set in such a way that nobody from the Polytechnic system was qualified to be interviewed for the position of rector. And by the end of that exercise, the governing councils of the three polytechnics made their recommendations. And three professors, some of whom are my friends now, from Delta State University, were appointed as rectors of those three universities. That was sufficient to discourage anybody in the Polytechnic system. So it's big kudos to the present leadership of ASUP to have circumscribed the appointment of rectors of polytechnics to the polytechnic sector. So for some of us, some of you who want to be professors, you can transfer your service to the university. But those of you who want to be rectors, you better stay here so that you can get to the future. One other advantage that this bestows on the polytechnics and the polytechnic education in general is that it now guarantees the stability of institutional leadership of the polytechnics. Whether you want to agree to it or not, if you are appointed from the university system, though they are all the education system, but the polytechnic system is a unique system. It's a system sui generis. You need to learn the dynamics, the nuances in the polytechnic system for you to effectively operate in the polytechnic system. So bringing people outside, you need a minimum of 1 year to learn the system. Because you need to understand the power basis. You need to understand the dynamics of power play within the system to effectively do that. And if you're a slow learner, by the time you know it, you have spent 2 or 3 years. So let's maximize the opportunities that have been provided by this amendment to be able to expand the frontiers of the development in the Polytechnic. Again, the provision was given judicial credence and endorsement by the National Industrial Court of Nigeria, courtesy the national leadership of ASUP. Again, to be able to go to court to challenge the appointment of Mr. President, to say that those appointments, the appointment of 5 rectors of federal government-owned polytechnics, were in contravention of the provisions of Section 28, 2A and 1. And by the end of the court agreed with us, and those rectors were sacked. So we, as members of the polytechnic sector and system, we have a responsibility now. We should no longer be crying that we have external people, particularly professors of the universities, running the universities. Now that we are the ones that will be running the university, in fact, have been running the university, we should do all within our abilities to reposition and strengthen polytechnic education for economic diversification and sustainable development. It is also important for us to look at the success stories from other countries. And that's why in looking at this paper, I've tried to look at the experiences and positive lessons from Germany, China, and the Asian clients. The keynote speaker is like he also preempted me in this paper, had said that China Germany probably is the most economically viable and industrialized country in Europe. Germany has one of the highest concentration of technical manpower in the world today due to the special attention and priority given to polytechnic education and skills development. Germany wouldn't have been described as this, and Germany would not have been able to achieve this feat without the priority attention given to skills development, which is the core, one of the core mandates of polytechnic education. In 2014, I'm sure that many of us are aware of this, that China announced a major educational reform through what they call gradual transition, intended to convert 600 universities to polytechnics or applied learning, or institutions of applied learning or polytechnics. But here we are doing the contrary. We are converting polytechnics into universities. But in the other areas, in China in particular, 600 universities to be converted gradually to polytechnics. So you think that polytechnic education is not important? If polytechnic education is not important, China of all countries will not have taken that decision. And we know that the dominant role China is playing as a strong world power as far as international economics and politics are concerned. The Asian economic miracle of the 1980s to the 1990s was greatly facilitated by an educated population possessing the right skill set required by the industry. I don't know how many persons have read the book From Third to First World by the former leader of Singapore. Go and read that book. Without emphasis on skill development, there's no way Singapore would have been able to turn its political economy. The other countries, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, were able to also turn around their economy. Okay, today we hear of LG, we hear of Hyundai. Those are products. Virtually all the electronics that we use, computer systems, hardware, software, are from those parts of the world because they emphasize on skills development. And that is what polytechnics are set up to do. How much are we living up to the expectations of this core mandate? And in 40 years, they were able to turn around their economics. For some countries, they think that it's a miracle. If you apply the right antidote to the human problem, you solve that problem. The government also made huge investments in technology education. How much investments are we getting in technology education? If you go to some of our laboratories, you go to some of our studios, we don't even have modern state-of-the-art facilities. In some polytechnics, there are equipment that have been provided by health fund for the last 10 years or more. They have never been used. They have never been used. So we also have a responsibility. Whereas we cry that government does not provide those facilities, when those facilities are provided, we should be able to put them to the right use. Singapore financially supported her 5 polytechnics. Are you surprised that the whole of Singapore, what they have, are 5 polytechnics? But here, day in, day out, licenses are issued, particularly for the establishment of private polytechnics, whose ultimate aim and motive is profit maximization. The public institutions that will have public polytechnics, how much finances or funding do we get from government? There are some institutions, some polytechnics, where revenues are generated internally to pay salaries of workers. For instance, Kwara State Polytechnic, they generate revenue internally. I don't know what happens here. In one of our sister institutions in Abia State Polytechnic, I know that you know what is happening there. But there's cheering news now that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Because the present administration, how can you owe workers salaries for 42 months? Is that not suicide? That's worse than what the colonialists did to us. It's worse than what the colonialists In fact, it is what we generally refer as neo-coloniality. It's coloniality in a different dimension by our own people. So you cannot have a viable polytechnic system and think that you can promote and achieve the goals of polytechnic education where you go worker salary to that extent. One of my friends would say that 1 month is not enough. Then talk of money is not paid. When salary is not sufficient, is it overtime that will make the difference? Overtime cannot make the difference. So there's need for us, for governments, to look at funding. Singapore, like I said, financially supported at 5 polytechnics and established many technical schools. Here we call them technical colleges. Most of our technical colleges are not in existence. They are in existence in paper, in numbers. Like somebody said, they should act as feeders to the polytechnic system. They did not only stop at that, they engage the services of international corporations to train, upskill, and reskill our population. Some of us may have opportunities to be close to policy makers, or just like our brother, the chairman of ASUP here, has a friend who is in the House of Assembly. These are credible means through which we can make certain changes for the benefit of the development of polytechnic education. NBD Skills Advocacy slogan: skills, not decrease. Skills, not decrease, is a fundamental paradigm shift to redirect the focus of polytechnics on the relevance of skills development as a core mandate of polytechnic education in Nigeria. Kasure notes that as Nigeria aspires to become a major player in the world, it is very clear that the most crucial vehicle is a skilled and competent workforce. Unlike degrees, skills focus on the practical ability to solve a particular problem or perform specific tasks. So most of the challenges that we have, we must also diversify in certain areas. They require practical skills. And we need to produce those who have the practical skills and knowledge to be able to address those problems. Polytechnic education provides such problem solving and employability skills. We have to solve the problem of society. We must produce those who have such problem solving and employability skills. And the polytechnic system is where we can do that. Especially the technical variant necessary for creativity, innovation, self-employment, self-reliance, and promotion of entrepreneurship, which are imperatives for economic diversity and sustainable development. According to the present ES of MBT, the slogan, skills not decrease, is not to discredit university degrees. Rather, it is meant to encourage Nigerian youths to focus more on acquiring skills. Even as parents, we must ensure that we expose our children and boys to various levels and types of skills development. It may take that someone who has a skill without a degree can find a good job. Is it possible? Is it possible? But a person who has a degree without skills may find it difficult to get a job. So you find so many persons who carry certificates, but they don't have skills. And what the world is looking for now are people who have skills. It's not a matter of how brandishing HND or national diploma with distinction or first class degree. What skills can you bring to the table? That is what is crucial and important. We recommend skills acquisition programs to all tertiary institutions in Nigeria and university graduates to complement their diploma and degrees. He said that skills have become the global labor currency. Many persons are now moving over to Canada You know, a lot of persons say, look, I want to travel out and so on. Success is not a function of geographical location. That somebody has succeeded in Europe, the United States of America, or any part of the world is not necessarily a function of geographical location. It's a function of the skill that the person has. That's why some of our children who have traveled, we know people who have traveled overseas, they have not been able to make it because skills matter. What skills do they have? They end up being newspaper sellers, vendors, working in mortuaries and restaurants, washing plates, because they do not have skills. That's why we always advise people, if you want to relocate for purposes of employment, you must acquire certain skills that are relevant to the industry needs of the country you intend to go to. So skills have become global labor currency of the 21st century economies and the future of sustainable development. Polytechnics have over the years placed emphasis on technical aspects of their training with respect to TVET and neglected the vocational component. This is where we have a challenge, and I believe that we should, in the technical section, we should be able to interrogate this aspect. Our emphasis over the years has been more on the technical component and not the vocational component of the TVET for which polytechnics have been established. This necessitated a directive by the NBT to all polytechnics to establish skills development centers for the purpose of adopting national skills qualification training. I'm glad that the director of this polytechnic has said that very soon the skill development center will be commissioned. That is to the credit of this polytechnic. The polytechnic that fails to do so by the end of 2023 will no longer be visited for accreditation. I don't know whether it will be extended or not, but this is the position of NBT. This again re-emphasizes the importance of skills development, not only as one of the core mandates of polytechnic education, but as an instrument to achieve economic diversification and sustainable development in Nigeria. Third one has also commenced support to the Polytechnic by providing funds for procurement of equipment for the skills development centers of beneficiary institutions. At least I am aware that before I left office in July, that the allocation, the zonal intervention allocation for the year 2023 have been specifically dedicated to procure equipment for the skills development centers of the beneficiary institutions. Challenges for polytechnic education. The keynote speaker had mentioned the challenges, at least we know the challenges. They are there on the PowerPoint, they are also in the substantive paper. They are numerous. And then the contributions of polytechnic education to national development. We have also dwelt on the contributions. So let me save our time on the contributions of polytechnic education to national development. The polytechnics may not have made substantial contributions vis-à-vis the mandate of polytechnic education, but you cannot dismiss the fact that we have not made credible contributions to national development. Conclusion. The Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act, despite its faults and inadequacies, has made far-reaching provisions capable of engineering economic diversification and enduring transformation of the country, especially with the core mandate of producing middle and high-level manpower in technology, applied sciences, commerce, and management, etc. The NBT has refocused the attention of polytechnic education to skills development and the vocational component of TVET. There are positive lessons and experiences to be drawn from the success stories and economic miracles of Germany, universities, 25% to polytechnics, and 25% to colleges of education need to be registered. The law needs to be amended. We must promote technology education for economic diversification and sustainable development. There's a need to look at this. And Mr. Chairman, I think that this is where you need to bring the attention of the honorable member of the House of Rep to it. More so is from the academia. So I believe that you will have a proper understanding of the implications of this. The keynote speaker talked about removal of the dichotomy between HND and BSc, and also be emphasizing that here. Then there's also, it is important if you look at the Federal Polytechnic Amendment Act 2014. In the representation, the keynote speaker has talked about the desire of man to be on the council of various polytechnics. But to our dismay, do you know that NBT does not even have representation in the governing councils of polytechnics? Yet NBT is the regulator and supervisor of polytechnics and polytechnics education in Nigeria. So there's a need to amend that the law to provide for inclusion of representative of NBT of the polytechnics. Again, there's NPC is overdue. National Polytechnic Commission. I'm sure that the ASUP national president knows the politics behind all this. How can one agency, NBT, regulating over 300 institutions, how effective do you think it will be? 600. Over 600 institutions. So there is need for government to pass a law to establish a national polytechnics commission to be able to focus on the regulation, supervision, and development of polytechnic education in Nigeria. There's also need for continuous review, we have mentioned it, of the curriculum of polytechnic education by the NPT, with emphasis on skills development and the needs of the industry and job markets. We have talked about upward salaries, improving review of the salaries and general conditions of service of employees. This is where I think that we also have a role to play. I'm guilty of it. And many of us here are also guilty of it. Aggressive public enlightenment on the need to embrace polytechnic education. We're in the polytechnic system, but do we allow our children to go to polytechnics? How many of us here have our children who are either in this polytechnic or elsewhere? You see that we are the ones who are also patronizing university education because of the dichotomy. So a lot of emphasis has been placed on the dichotomy. I believe that the national president and his team, they are doing something about it. They will also continue so that that dichotomy will be abrogated for in the interest of the development of polytechnic education. There is need for polytechnic that polytechnic should foster a culture of innovation and applied research and development, capable of generating new knowledge, technologies, inventions to address local socioeconomic challenges to stimulate economic growth. Why I held as chairman of COHET, we try to have zonal exhibitions to see what graduates of or our students in the various polytechnics were able to produce or invent. Okay, we tried for more than 1 day. It did not work. In fact, it was only the northwest zone that was able to carry out that zonal exhibition. Our intention was to carry out the zonal exhibition in all the 6 geopolitical zones of the country, and then have a national exhibition in Nigeria that would invite members from the private sector, tech firms, to be able to showcase. We couldn't do it during my tenure because of some politics there's need for private sector involvement. The keynote speaker had also been mentioned to it. Provision of research grants, learning, teaching facilities, and expansion of Polytechnic industry linkages, partnership, and collaborations. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. Thank you very much.
Yes, can we do better? For the next speaker one, you know, from that fountain of knowledge, you would understand that that could only come from experience. A former rector of Captain Elechi Amadi Polytechnic, an immediate past co-heads, chairman of co-heads in Nigeria, and himself a scholar. Doing justice to that presentation, he has shown us that you can only acquire skills from the Polytechnic, and wherever you want to go, you need to go with your skills. And has also expressed the fact that is beckoning for us to answer if the Polytechnic is well positioned for it to perform its mandate. Please let us encourage this scholar who has done justice to that presentation. In the wisdom of the conference planning committee, two persons, one Dr. Francis Etim Anden and Comrade Nienime Raphael, were appointed to be repertoires for the both speakers, that is the keynote speaker and this speaker one. But for want of time, I understand that that will be shelved for now. And so we are going straight to the presentation of certificate to the keynote speaker and the lead speaker. For the keynote speaker, that is Comrade Anderson Ezeibe, the one that is worthy enough to do the presentation of certificate is no other than the chairperson conference planning committee, Dr. Mrs. Obana. And permit me at this point to invite Comrade Anderson Ezeibe, National President ASUP, to please step forward for his certificate of presentation. Please can we encourage him.
Director and the management team, members of the head table, please permit me to carry out this assignment. I am to present this certificate to the keynote speaker. This is to certify that Ezeibe Anderson, you participated at the Tech International Conference and presented a paper titled Aligning the Mandate of Polytechnic Education to the Economic Diversification and Sustainability Projects of Nigeria. Today, the 5th day of October 2023, during the academic staff Union of Akwa Polytechnic Ikoroso Tech International Competitions.
Let us encourage that act again. And for the lead paper one, Dr. Barrister Samuel Kalabo, we have the Deputy Rector of this Polytechnic, Dr. Lionel Okuga, to please present that certificate of presentation. So we call on Dr. Kalabo to please come forward and receive his certificate.
I hereby present the certificate of
but I am asked to crave your indulgence that okay, we are going to have an interactive session, and so permit me to invite Comrade Ibara to please come forward and handle this session. Please, can we appreciate it?
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I want to appreciate the very distinguished and erudite presentations by the keynote speaker and the lead paper presenter. And like the keynote presenter himself, the national president of ASUP, stated at the beginning of his presentation, his paper was aimed at energizing the discussions at this forum. And listening to him, I was able to see a lot of passion in the things that he brought up, showing someone who has in-depth knowledge of the very field in which he was navigating. So we have to appreciate the fact that the Polytechnic system has come a long way, as has been demonstrated by the keynote paper, beginning even from pre-colonial times up to the present. The 7-part keynote paper titled Aligning the Mandate of Polytechnic Education to the Economic Diversification and Sustainability Project of Nigeria lucidly highlighted the fact that the Polytechnic system actually played a significant role to the emergence of the first generation universities in Nigeria, and I think that is something very, very notable and very, very significant. The paper also provided a stylized profile of the current situation of the nation's economy, and the paper established a causality between the current scenario of the Nigerian economy and the status of the Polytechnic system. The paper went ahead to identify the global economic indices and also established that the global economic indices is an implication of the failure of the Polytechnic system to actualize its mandate. So it can be easily proven and established that when the mandate of the Polytechnic system realized, we would not have the kind of sorry situation that the economy has been plunged into. The paper situated further the Polytechnic education within the framework of sustainable development goals, as the SDGs, and the paper succinctly established that Nigeria's development objectives as well as the SDGs would not be realizable in the context of the Nigerian situation if the Polytechnic system is not put on a firm footing. Furthermore, the paper provided insights into the challenges of policy harmonization and synchronization by highlighting the contradictions inherent in policies such as the HME-PSC dichotomy vis-a-vis the drive to produce middle and high-level manpower in technology, applied science, commerce, and management, which actually is the mandate of the Polytechnics. And lastly, the paper recommended the mainstreaming of Polytechnic education in the nation's development agenda, which will include a revision of the curriculum, Polytechnic curriculum, as well as adequate funding and then adequate remuneration of the faculties of the Polytechnic, I want to agree with the keynote speaker that the keynote
that it is possible for graduates of the Polytechnic to do a one-year program and go on to have a degree. He said it was a way of making it easier for the Polytechnic Polytechnic graduates in the Polytechnics to have a way to rise academically. I think that like you mentioned, the problem is how the Polytechnic was created. But when they started saying, oh, by design, the Polytechnic was to produce the middle level cadre. I have some people that are in the ministry or in the secondary schools. Because they have HAD, they cannot progress beyond a certain level. I don't know what efforts can be made because that's the crux of the matter. Your qualification is what I am a product of the Polytechnic system. And I remember that when I wanted to do a PGD to Rotterdam, my uncle then was at the university advised me to go and do a first degree. So I had to do a post-HSC BA program at the University of Polytechnic. And when I went to Fudo to do my PhD, as a condition they asked me if I had a first degree. Otherwise, they would not take me for my PhD program. And so we have this problem all over. I see that even in the university system, when we compare it to the Polytechnic system, the Polytechnic system has a curriculum that is very robust, let me put it that way. And we also have workshops, laboratories in the universities that are now up to standard. Yet the National University Commission will go and accredit these universities. I'm a current representative for accreditation, so I can say what the difference is. The same current, they go to the universities and they give them accreditation to run engineering programs. But when we come to the Polytechnic system, they insist on certain things to be in place before this accreditation is given. So at the level of the accreditation of programs, we have this division, these differences. And then when you come to policies, if you become a lecturer in Polytechnic and from the Polytechnic system, your goal is to be promoted even to the position of becoming a chief lecturer as a way, is that you must up your game, you must go to the university, have a master's degree before you can rise. And this is all policies that are operating even within the Polytechnic system. So I think as a take-home, Mr. President, is that we need to look at it critically beyond that, because even if within the Polytechnic system, like in Concord, we are now saying that before we had external examiners from the university, we called them to come and be our external examiners. We called them to do the evaluations for people to get to chief. We called them virtually for everything. And we are now saying in Concord that if somebody must be an external examiner, it should be from the Polytechnic system. And then we go to the industrial base. We still have people in the university. So all of that, the policies are there. There are some programs in the Polytechnic that do not find any place to. For example, those in science laboratory technology, where you have employment opportunities by government, the way it is crafted does not give opportunity for those who study science laboratory technology to have opportunity to work even in the government that established the institution. So there are many parts to it. My questions are now is, how do we sustain with the level of knowledge that we have and you have and experience, how do we sustain that process beyond a particular government? Like this government comes, they do their own policies, another person will go back to the road and have their vision, this will have vision. How are we, as people within the Polytechnic system, how are we going to be able to sustain this drive to change the policy trust of government, to be able to affect those working in the Polytechnics, graduates of Polytechnics, and future development in the Polytechnic system? We talked about welding and fabrications. I go to various institutions in the north and whatever, especially when it touches the engineering programs. If we want to get some equipment for the engineering program, we see that what the government makes available is a factor, not only in the state polytechnics, but even in the federal polytechnic. And we don't have control over how government can release funds to us. And we are not politicians also. So we talk about well-being, like you were talking about an example of having a relationship with the industry. It is still the same government that will control what the industry can do for us. The control agencies sometimes are compromised. So I don't know how we will be able to put all these things together so that it will help us in the future. Because it is not now. Tomorrow now we will go back into this year and start all over again.
Of that committee, this committee I'm talking about, is a former executive secretary of APT, Engineer Yaku. I was so surprised that I called him. You are not chairman of this kind of committee, and there are professors in that committee. He said himself that is very surprised. So probably we are now leaving the menu gradually and coming to the table. We'll be trying to identify our problem in the National Assembly, and there are plenty of them. The problem is that so many just hide. They don't want to identify the sector. They don't want to identify the sector. Try to keep all of them with some profile, gather all of them to some form of dinner to discuss the sector, because we must get to decision-making positions. We must get our people to start talking about the sector. If not, we continue to be on the menu. And if we are on the menu, we are there for the taking. All the decisions we are receiving them. So we are doing a whole lot. I will not be in a position to, really reveal, a lot of people. It all has to do with serious advocacy. We need to reach out and we need to sell our own potentials, what we have, our positives, and also provide policy alternatives to the government and to the later. By the grace of God, we will overcome the challenges we face today.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the National President of ASUP. It is all right for us to also appreciate, and glorify and recognize them. Your Excellency, we thank you for your contribution at this conference. I was referring to the National President of ASUP. If all the others have the appellation of Excellency, I don't see why what is source for the rules cannot be source in Ghana. Thank you very much. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, we also had the lead paper presented by no mean personality than the immediate past, or the pioneer rector, immediate past also, of Captain Lechi Amadi Polytechnic in Port Harcourt, Dr. Samuel B. Kalabo. And this paper actually is one in which I take a delight in, and I believe, having listened to all he had to say, all of us in this hall would love to have it in our archives, would love to have it in our library, if for nothing else as a reference material. But I know I will go over this particular paper over and over again and digest its content to be able to upscale my intellectual capacity. So let us appreciate the lead paper presenter, please. One more time. Thank you very much, sir. We had a paper that is qualified as an academic paper in every description of the world. He kicked off with a beautiful theoretical underpinning for the paper, finding his leverage on the theory of functionalism, which actually he explores from Emile Durkheim's concept of structural functionalism. And he has also explored other characters that are involved in the evolution of the concept of functionalism, including notable names like Auguste Comte, Herbert Spencer, and also Gabriel Almond. And then the 8th paper delves into the definition of terms and clarification of terms also includes some very key terms that are critical for the discussion, like the distinction between education for sustainable development and sustainable education. And I think I am seeing that for the very first time, and I have taken note. And the paper has also provided a brief history of Polytechnic education in Nigeria and has gone as far as conceptualizing the mandate of the Polytechnic education. The paper delved into the issue of sustainable development goals and also delved into the definition of development itself and also established a nexus between diversification and globalization and established those two concepts as very prime concepts in global economic development discourse. And in summary, this paper provided copious recommendations both for this conference and for policymakers. And that was done after x-raying and analyzing the challenges of the Polytechnic education in Nigeria. And I think it was a highly stylized summarization of the challenges of the education sector and the Polytechnic education sector in Nigeria. Amongst the recommendations, apart from an increase in the funding of Polytechnic education and the review of the existing law on TEFON, other recommendations include, just like the keynote paper observed, the integration of the private sector and the synchronization of the private sector and the Polytechnic system, which also have been highlighted in the keynote address. It goes ahead to also make recommendations on the establishment of skill development centers in all the polytechnics in the country as a precursor to the functionality of these polytechnics and as a precursor to enabling them to fulfill their mandates. I want to say that this paper is very well researched, 26 pages up to 3 pages of bibliography or references. And it is a keepsake for me, and I believe it is also going to be a keepsake for most of us that are here present. On that note, I want to say a very big thank you to our eminent lead paper presenter. And on the same note, invite reactions from members here present on the issues that have been discussed in that paper. Thank you very much. Great ASUP. We have had situations where in the lecture hall, after you have put in 2 hours and you have not exhausted the content and you want to push additional 15 minutes and the students are shuffling their feet on the floor. I do not want it to get to the level of the members of ASUP shuffling their feet on the floor. Some people have been shuffling their backsides on their chairs. It is an indication of the fact that we came here probably as items on the menu, like the national president has said, we are ending today's session as members on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to commend you for your attentiveness. I want to commend you for your patience. I want to commend you for the very high level of maturity and cooperation that has been exhibited by all the participants at this conference. And on that note, I want to say thank you very much, thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Ibara. Interactive session duly and properly handled. Please can we appreciate the comrade? Thank you. We are very happy to have our director back on seat, and this moment is quite important. Even in the last us to do the rituals of the ASUP journal. And at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to call on the editor-in-chief of the ASUP journal. He's no other than the veteran scholar, Dr. Daniel Evans Bishop, to please come do a brief review of the journal, even as we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
The rector of this great Polytechnic, other members of the high table, all protocols duly observed. I first of all want to thank the management of this institution for the opportunity given ASUP to explore, expand, enlarge, and cover grounds. About this time last year, we had a conference, and after that conference, the publication committee was set up, headed by me as chairman. And the mandate was for us to produce a journal that meets international standards. After due diligence, we received articles from various contributors, did all the necessary reviews, and very importantly, we subjected all the articles we received to plagiarism checks, and interestingly, the articles passed the plagiarism checks. And wherever we needed to do some corrections, the corrections were minimal, showing that we are getting somewhere in terms of academic productivity. This plagiarism check did not exclude anybody, either by terms of looking at your positions. I'm sure even the rector of this great institution got his reports, which was very satisfactory. The rector, sir. Thank you. And so at the end of the road, we completed our assignment, and today we have a very fantastic voluminous journal that the rector will be the only one to unveil and present to us what we have. Let me not say much, but we have several articles there, and this shows that lecturers in this Polytechnic are very much eager, well prepared to contribute academically to the global space. Let me just inform us that what you are seeing today, what you are going to see today, is just a few hard copies in print. The intention of ASUP is for these to be an online journal. It's not going to be limited to the print version. But we are just going to have very few print versions. Already we have gotten in touch with Crossref, an indexing body. And from Crossref, we will be able to reach other indexing bodies, so that by the time be published. Everything published there will be indexed internationally. And you find a situation whereby you will be cited all over the world. And now that you are talking about impact factor, the indexing body will be able to give you your impact factor as you are getting cited. So it's not a local term. As we call it, it is international in the real sense. So what we are going to have today, in the next few seconds, is something that all of us will be proud to be associated with. Thank you. God bless us.
Thank you very much, the Editor-in-Chief of the ASUP Journal. That was quite concise and an honorous task. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, so many first things are happening even in the 10th International Conference of ASUP. Today we've dedicated and launched this good building for our own good. And today again we have this wonderful presentation that is about to be made by our own rector of this great citadel of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with all pleasure that we invite the #1 citizen of this Polytechnic community, the rector of Akwa State Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Umogo, to please rise and unveil, present ASUP Journal to all of us. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the occasion, the national president of ASUP, my brother and the immediate past rector of Captain Emmanuel Elegy Polytechnic, let me stand on the existing protocol. I will, as a matter of fact, unveil the journal, but I will plead with my learned brother that let the maxim delegatus non potest delegare not apply. The maxim, simply put in English, says the delegate cannot delegate. But I'm trying to seek his permission that the delegate can delegate, because I intend to delegate the duty to unveil to my wonderful deputy, the man I can describe as very able and willing to work. But before I get into that, let me say this. Within the month, we intend to go into promotion exercise. And most of you, I expected this hall to be filled to the capacity. Most of you will come with papers. I attended conference, I attended this, it was done this, it was that and that. I attended the Ilorin, I attended the Pedugri, the Romanian. I always say, the truth of the matter is that if you cannot, you cannot. I will give all thanks to the government of Akwa State because they have supported us from all angles. Almost all of you that did not go to school are now in school. Most of you have completed. Most of you that did not register with any professional body have done so. This time around, where you are going for promotion interview in the next 1 or 2 weeks, if you did not attend this conference, then I don't know which one you will present to me. I'm serious. Remember, I'm the chairman of the senior AP, and this, so you all come with paper whom you have not attended. So go and tell them. Go and tell them. Heads of department, tell your staff. Those who did not or who have not attended this conference should endeavor to attend, register and attend. I want to use this as the number one criteria. You attend that conference, say yes, I did not see your face. I'm looking at your faces now. On this very serious note, I'm saying this. I keep saying something. Some of you don't bother to do research at all. Imagine somebody that is an assistant lecturer is coming with a dollar. I don't say I have $1 for this. What are you doing with the dollar? When you cannot properly write your name. That's the truth. And we effectively write an abstract. This is the opportunity to learn, to liaise with the seniors, and understand the rudiments of how it is done. And most of us are at home, they are doing their own ASUP thing. It belongs to the congregation. All right. Promotion interview will belong to me and not to them. So, head of department, tell your staff, all of them, register for this conference, attend this conference. It becomes absolutely fun. I did not say you now, you talk about. All right, I am so pleased with ASUP. You know, my disposition towards ASUP. I remember that they are organizing things. In this school, from 1992, we never had an opportunity to have an internal avenue to publish. We used to go out and look for where to publish. Our staff there, Mr. Ibom, brought in what was called business waves. The likes of Dr. Susan Udoka and the current deputy rector brought in what they call AKWAPOLY Journal of Interdisciplinary Research. But now, thank God, we have an opportunity to publish. In academics, it is either you publish or you do what? You perish. And rather than do the correct thing, God punish you more wrong, is it the first rector? He will not punish you because God is not your friend. All I'm interested is do the correct thing, do the right thing. Do the right thing. I still find time to publish. I don't only write, my article is here. I don't only write for the ones here. I write also and publish in other international journals. Publishing in university journals. I can show you. Don't only claim I'm a lecturer when academics is 100 miles away from you. Read, write. Government can tomorrow turn this place into anything. You know, the Nigerian government is busy turning polytechnics to university rather than university to and here we are shouting skills, job creation. It's not there. So you should be busy writing because you don't know what happens tomorrow. In anywhere you go, in academics anywhere, the number of their articles, the number of their journal publications, the number of conferences you have attended, the number of workshops you have attended is of essence. Let me commend the EXCO of ASUP led by Comrade for the job well done. And I want to also commend the committee, communications committee headed by Dr. Evans. When they sent in the plagiarism test to me, I just laughed at that. So these people, they thought I would be copying somebody's at my age. And they sent the second one again. There is a problem. I think it came three times or something like that. That quickly informed me that they are doing a thorough job. Because what we realized, I must confess here, what we realized in the AKWAPOLY journal on research, sponsored by Telford, some of you will just go and carry somebody's article, remove the back, fix their name. And when we took it to the plagiarism test, it told us the honor. It will quickly give you the name of the owner, his location, when it was published. And then I then told Dr. Morris, he said, sir, please, my name. I said, okay, that is the last time. So this time when we are going to publish again, I will wait for you. Go and carry somebody's paper and then bring it. I will quickly hand you over to the police. On a serious note, because that is the worst academic fraud. The worst academic fraud that can be committed. Claiming to have what you do not have. In law, that's the way that we say, name that could not have it. You can't give what you do not have. So I want to thank that committee for a job well done. And I want to invite my able deputy, Ibom. I think it's Ibom or Ibom. Which one is it? Ibom. Dr. Lionel Ugoga. So please convey the journal.
Director, Akwa State Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Mogo, other members of the faculty, ladies and gentlemen, great ASUP. Great. Director has mandated me to carry out the unveiling of the maiden edition of ASUP Journal of Topical Issues. I believe it's called ASUP Journal of Topical Issues. Topical research. Thank God that this is coming at this time. I think, like the rector said, after Elder O'Donnell, Dr. Rock and I were the one that included the AKWAPOLY Journal of Interdisciplinary Studies, which even the rector was a beneficiary. Yes. So thank God today that we have other journals in the institution which gives us a avenue of publishing our articles internally and also publish externally. I won't waste time, I will go straight to the unveiling of the journal. I hereby unveil this journal in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. hereby present this to the public ASUP Journal of Topical Research. Can we put our hands together? I believe the next thing you will say is land and well. I know the rector is by my side. Our rector is a very proactive rector. And a very proactive rector. In management meeting, we had agreed that we need to present our donation before the presentation so that it will help us in bringing out the journal. And so we had done that. I think the chairman can attest to that. But chairman, is it true? It's true. Okay, I should tell you to others. Then let me allow the rector to say something before.
You see, what is good from the management side, we were very happy. This should give our staff some sufficient grants to help themselves. So at the management level, we agreed that after the unveiling, we will at least buy one copy of the journal in the sum of 200,000 naira. I went out, I signed that check, and the money before the end of today will be ASUP's on behalf of the office of the rector, Nigerian also, I will also get a copy of this journal for myself and my office in the sum of 100,000
Pray ASUP. Now I'm protected. The rector has said something. So on behalf of the office of the deputy rector, we will give 30,000 naira.
Thank you very much. I think we are not done yet with the issue of presenting and unveiling. So permit me to call on the Polytechnic librarian, please, to come and buy for the office of the library.
Thank you very much. Actually, when there is a publication like this in institution, some copies of the publication are supposed to be sent to the library. So ASUP should send 5 copies of this journal to the library. But on my own, I'll pick 1 copy, 20,000 naira.
I've noticed that none of them want to. And I will have to do that. But I want to thank them. I want to be very happy. I am equally very, very happy for the issue of love and what ASUP has done. And please, I want to pray that God takes again to also lead and go and complete the day's assignment while we take the proceedings to the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please can we stand in respect of our dear rector who has been quite magnanimous, even in this gathering. very much, the rector and management team, for your support and all the benefits of your office on ASUP. We are sincerely very glad. Thank you very much. We can sit, please. Last check. We are going to the vote of thanks now, but permit me to appreciate the presence of Comrade Itoro Agnesa, ASUP Chairman, Federal Polytechnic Ogana. He's here in our midst. I'm now calling on the Chairperson Conference Committee, Dr. S. Obama, the Polytechnic Nigeria and Nigerians, give a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, today's occasion, the rector of the department, the fellow members of the table. I think it's a great honor to present to your class. But first of all, let me appreciate the Almighty God for making this conference resounding success. Special thanks to the chairman of the occasion, to all our guests, the commissioners, the vice chancellors, the state and federal representatives of the year. Special thanks to the director of the management team for staying with us from the beginning till the end. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this, that according to William Ward, feeling gratitude about his present date is like grabbing the present and not giving it. I want you to really appreciate this here together. Very soon, just give me 2 minutes. I want you to really appreciate the number one man in ASUP, the national president of ASUP. He is indeed my friend. When I met him in the morning, I said he's my boyfriend. But this afternoon, he's my man friend. Because of all he has done. I had an opportunity of listening to him a year ago, and I fell in love with him. National President, you are my friend. When I had the opportunity of bringing personalities to this conference, I said we must send him an invitation. Thank you, sir, for responding to our invitation. Thank you for that impactful presentation. We are really blessed. And today, because of your presentation, I'm not the only one that loves you. Most of these people, they are now becoming your friend. God bless you. Let me appreciate the late speaker, Dr. Kanogo. There's an adage that says a good teacher is like a candle. It consumes itself to light the way for others. Thank you, sir. Even after you stepped out of office, you still found time to carry out the research, write a paper, take up your time to come and present to us, to educate us. We are grateful. God bless you, sir. To all the deans, the directors, the head of departments and units, we appreciate you all. To all the participants from the entire nation who made this event a memorable one, thank you for coming out with a great number and staying till this moment. The zonal coordinator of ASUP, we appreciate you. Honestly, I have no word strong enough to express my gratitude to the chairman of ASUP, Akwa State Polytechnic chapter, Comrade Italian Ugo. Indeed, he is a real performer of his responsibilities. Sir Osanoti. I want to appreciate the ESCO of ASUP, Ikorosora chapter, for always organizing conferences, seminars, and workshops to bring us together to educate us and help us to grow. I will be filing in my duty if I will not appreciate the important role that is played and by the tireless effort of members of the Conference Planning Committee. It has been a real pleasure working with this fine and capable gentleman. To all members of the Conference Planning Committee, I appreciate you. God bless you. To everyone here present, thank you for your support, for making time to be with us today, and helping us to make this event a grand success. To all our participants from outside the state, we you. May God bless you and bless you and bless you all. Thank you very much. God bless you. But please, we appreciate you for staying till the end. We are going to have lunch soon after now, and it's going to be outside there. Please, you go with your meal ticket to get your package. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Having gotten to this point, I'll do as the Spirit leads until my deputy rector, all members of the lighting. I'm calling down on Dr. Umana Ugarte to please come forward and close this gathering for today in a prayer. Thank you very much.
Shall we rise for prayer? In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for another day you've given unto us. Thank you for starting this conference, making it a great success for us. Thank you for the life of all our guests, the journey mercies you granted unto us coming. Even as we disperse for today's session, we ask that you take us home safely. Have your way for we pray in Jesus' name.